sorry, we're doing this in StreamYard apparently, because it's 2017 again. Oh no, do I have to turn off my... God damn it. Oh, I hate StreamYard so much. Why are we doing this in StreamYard? Okay, how do we do this? I guess what I could do is I turn my... It won't even let me unmute. No, I can unmute. I just can't turn off my camera. Okay, so that works. So if I turn off my... Let's see, so let's get that and that. And that. Okay. So that works. And then I guess what I can do... Oh, but Okay, I guess they're just not getting video then. Fine, I suppose. All right. Without maker. There, I can unmute myself apparently, so that's fine.
Them that come into this space to criticize, right? Conservatives are few and far between in this space. So I understand why it would look like I am more critical to the left than I am to the right. I will grant you this, though. I do hold my side to a higher standard than I do the other side. I have no sway or influence over conservatives. I am not in those circles. I am not a conservative. I hold a little sway amongst leftists, just a small tad and things like that.
Why am I raising my hand? Sorry.
I don't know. It's your show, but I'm just
It's
trying
my
to...
panel.
You may speak, Katie, on your own show. I grant you permission.
No, wait, please continue. I will wait. I'm sorry,
Sure.
I'm passionate.
Because I have some cachet or influence within the leftist circles, I am going to use that to influence the leftists. There are plenty of people who will call out the bad actors on conservative side. I see it on my timeline. They're dunking. They're doing their thing. That's covered. I don't need to. You do that. You guys take that route, right? But what I can do is if I see someone who is doing an action that I consider to be detrimental to my values or to the cause, quote unquote, yeah, I'm gonna call them out. I don't see a problem.
But don't conservatives call
No,
it?
Bonner, you shut the fuck up. Okay, I am sorry.
Look at the infighting. Can't help it.
Already,
Yes.
right?
This isn't a leftist thing. This is a Katie thing. Okay, don't blame leftism for my rudeness.
President Sunday's backstage, Katie. Just to let you know.
Oh, and $5 for Muda Agarwal to say the burden of proof is always higher on progressive side since conservatives have centuries of history as their proof. That has always been the case.
Yeah.
Okay. Their money, they give me money. I say what they give me money for.
I understand, but here's the thing, and I was just going to say that. Whick, your audience is continuously at a civil war. Do you know why your audience is so diverse? Do you know why your audience has so many conservatives, so many people who donate that type of bullshit that you just read out loud? It's because your content attracts those type of people. So when you say, and it's not like, oh, we shouldn't talk to these people. I'm just saying that when you say, oh, I have no sway over conservatives, that's not true. They are literally in your audience because you are an enabler and they find a comfortable space in that content. The other point that I wanted to make that you said is that I'm completely fine. Again, me and Pondering just talked about this backstage. Criticizing leftism for valid things is fine. Me and President Sunday had very interesting conversations about what's appropriate to criticize and what not, and to what extent you should do that. When you criticize leftists and progressives, often it's about some culture war bullshit of Twitter people being mean, not actual progressive policies or stuff like that. And that's what I take issue with.
Sure. Can you give me an example so I can we can talk about it?
Yes. I remember specifically that I stopped going on your panels for a while because every panel you would bring up the way that leftists do cancel culture. And that's why when Corey said cancellation, I was like, don't get Wick started on cancellation. Wick has a boner for talking about leftists trying to cancel people. This will never end.
I also thought Wick had a sense of humor, so I wasn't being silly.
Just one more mistake by the
don't this
liberal
panel.
media trying to convert me to humor. What is this humor? You know what else has 5 letters? Nazis. Okay, see, it's all coming together, gang.
It is. You're skipping ahead. We're doing the Glenn Beck.
You're
right
doing
work,
the thing.
I do want to
Oh,
say.
are you done though? Like, oh, go
Yes.
ahead.
Well,
Goodbye.
I was just going to say, and I think Katie made a compelling point. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and assume that you just don't recognize the extent to which your audience is comprised of conservatives or those who have sympathies towards the right. But I can tell you, every time I'm either in one of your panels or I've listened to them and the topic is political, anytime there's a super chat, it's almost always from a right-leaning perspective, kind of like that one, number one. Number two, I'll also say when you say that you hold the left to a higher standard because the right is already being criticized by the left, so that's covered. But doesn't the right also criticize the left for transgressions? So you are actually aligning with the right to criticize the left. If basically you should only allocate your effort to an area that's not getting any attention. Well, we have Michael Knowles, Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh, massive right-wing influencers constantly criticizing the right. So why are you pitching the left? Why are you pitching your voice in with them?
Also, Wick, just to quickly say something and then you can respond. I'm not saying that there's something wrong with your chat having conservatives in it if you are even willing to like take that. That's not, I don't think me and Pondering are saying that. I just said that to like demonstrate that actually there are conservatives in this space and they are gravitated towards your content. I'd argue for a reason. I'm not saying, well, I would say that's bad because supposedly you're saying that's not true, but it's not bad because conservatives are evil people that we don't want to be around. Yes, please.
Okay.
Respond.
So, couple things, right? Whether you are on the right or on the left or somewhere in the middle, if you are doing something that I view as incorrect, harmful, wrong, disingenuous, something that I don't like, right? For whatever reason, I'm not going to check your political persuasion before I criticize you for it. I'm just not going to. I'm no respecter of persons when it comes to that. If I see someone doing something that I think is wrong, I will step in and I will say, hey, don't do that. Right?
Like you just said you don't check the right, though, because that's covered, though.
So put that in your pipe and smoke it.
What
Mr. President, why don't you have your camera on? Sorry, just
because if I put my camera on, it ejects me from the call for some.
Wow.
So that's just how it is.
That's Katie being bigoted towards Canadians.
Why are we?
I'm Canadian.
Wait, no, shut up. Wick is responding to my gotcha. Please.
No, I don't think that's a gotcha, right? I don't focus right on a lot of the dunks that a lot of other leftist content creators do.
Which
that's
just
true,
built
right?
You just
That's
did the
true.
thing.
The thing?
He's got you there, Wick. You did the thing.
The thing? What are we talking about? The thing?
The thing where you just like, oh, leftists do this thing with dunks, and it's like, what? This is just the space. This is not like
creators.
a leftist.
That's why I specified the content creators. There's a thing where leftists that I've observed, maybe it's wrong, maybe this is just a false observation that I have. It's very possible, but most of the leftist streamers that I see, their content consists of pulling up a right-wing thing and then dunking on it over and over again. That's what they do. And it's good money. Their audience gets a kick out of it. There's nothing wrong with it, right? If that's what they want to do. There's no bad side.
Have
It's
you
just,
met
I don't
Chud
find that
Logic?
interesting. Huh?
Have you met Chud Logic by any chance?
Yeah, I've met Chud Logic.
Okay.
I think she's taking issue with the idea that you're suggesting that's an exclusively left-wing phenomenon.
It's not. But there are more leftists in this space than there are conservatives. So As content creators in Twitch and YouTube? Well, maybe not YouTube. I'm not very
Okay.
familiar with YouTube, but
So
Twitch?
what? Just for my edification, what exactly is the complaint that we're on right now? What are we?
That I criticize the left too much and the right not enough. Is that an accurate?
Yeah. So what I
summary?
said was this pivoted off an observation I made. I said that Whick
Okay.
gives an undeserved charity and benefit of the doubt to the Republican Party and the Western conservative movement that they don't deserve, while simultaneously holding the left and Democrats to a much higher performative and ethical standard than the right, which thwarts progress.
With respect to anything in particular, I don't inherently disagree. I'm just curious as to
Yeah.
going with this. Like, what do you have particularly in mind when you say that?
Well, it kind of, we then started to like pivot off on specific things. So like Whick responded, he said he actually kind of conceded to it that he does, but the reason that he does is because he feels, number one, he has no sway over conservatives, and number two, he feels like morally compelled to, since he is on the left, in his estimation, to hold them to a higher standard since the left is already criticizing the right.
Whick,
So
you're
somebody
on
has to
the
criticize the left.
you're on the left in your estimation.
I do think so. I'm the center left, but I'm not a Marxist Leninist by any means.
Well, neither
right?
am I. But I'm just curious. What does that mean to you?
So when it comes to what policies I support, if you go down the board, most of them are pretty progressive policies. Universal basic income, Medicare for all, some form of kind of like a systemic restructuring of the police. I'm not a defund the police guy, but I am a reform guy when it comes to the police. I think there's systemic issues throughout this country that absolutely, with policing especially, that absolutely have racial biased outcomes, and they need to be addressed. Let's see, what are free speech? I think that's kind of a left issue, but a lot of people would disagree with me, so I'll just cede that one for now. Yeah, when it comes to policies I support, I don't know if I could think of a right wing one, right?
Yeah.
And for
so
whatever it's
President
worth, I
Biden-
believe you.
Yeah,
Sorry,
No,
Katie.
in terms of policies, and again, this is what I said earlier. I told Whick very early on to like spark the panel up that he's a conservative enabler, and I think that you can be that while supporting all these leftist or like I wouldn't call them leftist policies. I would call them democratic policies, right? They're left of conservatism, okay? But I think you can absolutely be a conservative enabler, especially as a content creator, while still believing in those things. And we're now talking about the way that Whick's rhetoric and the way that he chooses to form his content creates, well, we're trying to build the narrative for him, basically.
Okay, in what specific respect is he enabling conservatives?
Whew, we just talked about the
No, but what is he enabling them to do?
So I can give some examples just based on my experiences with Whick. So for me, and this is the ongoing tension between Whick and I that I think enables conservatism in particular, which is Whick has a very high threshold for institutional change and reform. Same thing with norms as well. And I would argue that in the United States in particular, I can't speak to Canada, but conservatives abuse, exploit, twist, and break norms for their own political expediency. And it's paid dividends here in the United States. But Whick doesn't want the left or Democrats to change, reform, twist, or bend or break norms as well, because he thinks it'll trigger a race to the bottom. So basically, conservatives can do that. Progressives can't. And by definition, that's just going to enable conservatives to win.
Just to maybe like explain what I mean by that. I think that enabling in this place, do you want to respond, Whick?
Yeah, well, I would just
You go.
say that I don't think that's enabling conservatives. I don't like it when conservatives do it either. I'm just observing that we don't want to make it easier for them to do by breaking the norms and further eroding these institutions. I guess my most liberal coded position is that I do stand institutions. I think institutions are good. I like the Constitution. I like the Senate. I like I like these kind of like liberal-esque institutions that we have in America, and I support them, and I don't like to see them eroded by the left or the right.
I'll also say again, just to give the benefit of the doubt, charity here. I don't mean to suggest that you support conservatives do it. I just mean that you don't support any action which would meaningfully stop them.
Yeah, so
You
you're
just
not
kinda
talking about you're not accusing Whick of secretly assenting to conservative values. You're saying that his practice is to their
Yeah,
advantage
just
and to the
to
disadvantage of the left.
just to
Right.
crystallize, I think that as the content creator, obviously Wick is not like he's voting blue, like he considers himself like a leftist. Like when we're talking about
On the
enabling
left.
sorry, on
Position-wise.
the left.
Yeah,
Um,
position-wise, yeah.
Yes, position wise, he talked about the policies that he supports. So obviously, when we're saying enabling conservatives, what I mean is that his content enables furthering conservative narratives that I think are diametrically opposed to the policies that he supports. He, through his content, helps, and let's not pretend like this is greater than it is. Like, with all due respect to like Twitch, and like Wick isn't Destiny's size yet, and even Destiny only has so much influence. This is not the end of the world, but we are here as an intervention because we love Wick. And my point is that, like, if you see yourself on the left, enabling conservative talking points that end up pushing politically against those policies that you support is actually, through your centrism, is actually against your own political
Okay,
interests.
if I may jump in though very very quickly, I
Yeah.
think that size threshold is actually kind of crucial though, and it
I
kind
agree.
of makes me wonder why we're having this conversation at this point entirely. Because here's how I think about it. Okay, so
For fun.
there's a tube. Okay, there's a
We're anti-fun here.
tiny narrow tube that we have to get through in order to get to a not horrendous future for humanity. And we, the left, giant amorphous blob, are actually this tiny little worm that has these thin little spines poking out. And in order to get through the tube, a bunch of those spines have to break, or we just stay over here and we all die. Some giant bird comes and pecks us. I don't know. Don't carry the metaphor too far. What I'm wondering though is, given the scale that we're operating at, and given the fact that there is a general inability right now for leftist content creators, which I don't consider with one at all. In fact, I don't know why he doesn't just say he's a liberal. It was a whole time. At this juncture, leftists are doing a very bad job of growing commensurately to the right. It seems to me that you need that thin end of the wedge in order to make inroads into the broader discourse. If we're just going to be talking to each other till the end of time, otherwise. And like, I don't disagree. Like, I've had, and I will continue to have arguments with Whick over his positions on things, like, for example, on the Jordan Neely thing.
So you're saying that Wick is an important cog in the machine of the pipeline that leads people towards us?
No, I'm saying he's an unimportant cog in the machine, but what he's doing can nonetheless be useful.
But until he's important, we should ignore it.
Okay.
Well, not until he's.
I
what,
take
what I'm
issue
saying
with
is
the
that
look.
what I'm saying is just hang on.
Also,
one sec.
like, I
Very,
agree
very
with
quickly.
you, but I don't think that's the point.
No, but I want to
I
reply
don't
to
think-
Corey quickly. So it's not that we should ignore it while he's important. It's that these are the options you're giving him. Do what we say now and never become important and just kind of flounder, or
So
what?
you want to Trojan horse him?
Well, so
Actually, that yes, unironically, but sorry.
So
go
I
on.
would want to respond to that a little bit. So I take your point, President Sunday, but I think the concern is like, so if or when, likely when Wick gets big enough, and there's a large enough crowd, I think there's much less incentive to alter the content, as in, like, why at this point, if it got me here, then, like, if to use Ruminate's let's say language of, like, if enabling conservative talking points got me here, well, why not just continue to do that with my much larger platform?
Okay, look.
Stop. I need, you guys are okay.
I barely
This
spoke.
framing, right? That I enable conservative talking points. I fundamentally disagree
that's why I
with.
said I know. That's why I'm saying this is Ruminate's point that I
Okay,
overlap with.
but
I know that's
I wanna-
not your position. I know
Sure.
obviously you
I
disagree with
also
that.
want to push back. Like, I think, in fact, it's a great thing that I have conservatives in my audience, and that I have leftists in my audience, and that I have people from all political persuasions feel comfortable in my audience to disagree and argue. I think that's a very leftist value, that you have a diversity of thought in your circle
why
of
the
things. I
vitriol?
think that's a very leftist value. Let me finish, and then you can all respond, because this is the dog pile of Whick, right? The intervention.
Well, actually, I was under the impression, with all due respect to everybody here, I was under the impression that this panel would try to what's the Wade Whick to
Conversion.
become a leftist as opposed to being a centrist. But it seems we're presuming he's a leftist.
No, we're not presuming that. He's presuming that. We're not presuming that. We're trying to tell him. We're first trying to bring him to the recognition that he's a centrist, and then bring him.
I'm not a centrist. I am just not a centrist. You can say I'm not a leftist, but I am not a centrist.
Why don't we have we established what a centrist is?
Wait. President Sunday, please. First of all, Whick, you finish. Then I'm gonna talk, and then other people can talk, and that's the order of events. There you go. Whick.
Okay. The second thing, right? That this idea, right? That because I entertain conservative ideas sometimes, right? Or sometimes I push back against certain things that are said on the left. Again, I want to reiterate and repeat what I said before. If I think you are wrong, I am not going to check your political persuasion before I say you are wrong. I'm not going to look to see which side you are on to see if you're wrong or not. If you say something that I think is wrong, because I don't think leftists have every single correct position in the world. I think that there are some positions that leftists
that was your
tend to
first
have.
mistake.
Sure, that leftists tend to have, like some of these positions, I think are just wrong. In some of the ways, and even worse sometimes, some of the ways they try to get to what I think are correct positions, or try to get correct thoughts implemented into the real world, they go about it in a way that I feel is counterproductive to actually getting what they want done. But that's just this isn't me not being on the left or me being center. This is just me like having a fundamental disagreement about various points, right? Okay, I'm done.
Okay, so first of all, here's the thing. You did this thing again where I already said you want to paint things in a certain way. It's very convenient for you. Nobody said that it's a problem that you have a diversity of opinions in your group, in your audience. What I did say, however, is that a lot of the times you don't just push on leftists. Sometimes a lot of your content is based around pushing against leftist points and bringing in the conservative perspective, which again is fine. But also you have recognized that as far as you're concerned, you're trying to affect leftists more because conservatives are already checked. So please stop painting a narrative that you didn't say those things and you don't believe in them, because you do. Thirdly, and this is the most important part, this panel will not turn into leftist infighting. So I don't want to do that.
It's a challenge now.
So I don't know, President Sunday, what pondering sold you the panel on being. But here's the thing. I think we all generally agree that Whick is a centrist, except for Whick. Whick does not agree with that. Well, and Whick, shut the fuck up. Okay. And we can go into a discussion right now to try to figure out if Whick can convince us that he's secretly on the left, which come the fuck on, or we can just agree to disagree and move on to other points. But the thing is, President Sunday, and this is something that I do agree that the size matters. I also think Whick is an interesting cog in the machine, the same way Destiny is, for example. And I think those cogs matter. However, this is a semi-serious, semi-silly panel. We all like Whick, and we just want to talk to him in a friendly yet content-driven manner about the way that he's a centrist, and we think that's icky. That's all.
Well, if he says he's not a centrist, I think it would be helpful.
I think that's
'cause he
great,
clearly
but
understands
before
something
that,
different.
pondering.
But then what
Okay,
are we discussing then?
Okay, so pondering is going to say a thing, and then we can all do a bit of defining.
Yeah, so I just wanted to respond very quickly. So again, to be very clear, and I'm not going to speak for Corey, but I think at least Katie and I are on the same page, and I expect Corey and I are on the same page too. Look, I don't have a problem. I think it's great that you do have conservatives in your audience. I was just simply refuting the fact that the claim that you don't have influence over the right. You do. You do have conservative members in your audience, very vocal, very active members. Number one, you're just wrong
Fair.
on that. Number
Fair.
two,
I will cede this point that sure, I have more influence over the right than I initially thought. Be that as it may, I still think it's smaller than my
fair,
influence.
perfectly fair. But at least there is that. Number two, I think it's great that you do outreach and have conversations with people on the right or who are more conservative. I think that is absolutely necessary, particularly in this space. I guess what I would, for me, it just comes down to, it's not even so much of how you engage on your panels, but also, yes, there is that, and how you engage on social media. So for me, it's a two-part thing. I understand, because there are other content creators who have done what you've done, who moderate or try to moderate in a very neutral way a very diverse panel. And there is a performative element there where you have to give some charity to the other side. But then what do you do off panel? So I don't want to name drop another person, but there's probably one that we can all think of who used to moderate panels. And when he's on the panel, he's reinforcing the right and left, trying to give them both equal time
Dylan
to speak.
Burns.
And yes, thank you. But then on Twitter, what is Dylan Burns? He is not a centrist. He's going after Republicans and conservatives and actually discussing the policies he cares about. See, I believe you when you say that you vote Democrat and that on the policy by policy basis, you have more left-leaning policies. I completely agree. That actually enhances my frustration with you sometimes, because it's like, dude, policies are the shit that matters, not, what cringe 200 Twitter account person said what. That doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. Trump matters. DeSantis matters. Marjorie Taylor Greene matters.
But also,
these matter.
as we said, it's not a problem to criticize the left on meaningful things. It's just that a lot of your time on a panel is like basically outrage, like centrists being upset with Twitter lefties, which is not very productive. But the one thing that I did want to say is, before we start doing the definitions that I do think are important for Sunday, I think that I don't think Whick is obligated to create leftist content, or like left-leaning content. I just, for me, there's a big frustration when I say, oh my God, Whick, you're being so biased right now, or Whick, you're being so unreasonable right now. And you go like, hey, I'm just trying to bring both sides to the equation. It's like, there are no both sides to this.
Okay, please stop doing that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Should we do definitions?
I'm whatever. This is y'all's show. I'm just a player in
Okay.
this game.
So
move.
A key player, and we couldn't do it without you.
I'm
I'm pretty
a-
sure.
I'm a-
You are
the
you're the
upon
key
the
to this
central.
intervention.
you are the
holding up the
center
structure.
of this panel.
Okay.
You actually
Okay.
are on the screen for me anyway.
Yes, I can.
Yeah.
I got the reference.
Wait. How about you define to us what you think a centrist and what you think being
Sure.
on the left is, so we can help you through this.
Well, if being on the left or leaning left isn't voting for policies that are leftist, I don't know what else is. A centrist often doesn't vote because both sides are equally bad. And I do take umbrage, right, to this idea that I am a both sideser. I absolutely am not. I think that one side is one that I support with my vote, which again is what actually matters, right? And the other side, right, I just refuse to see them as demons that are terrible people. I just refuse to do that. I don't think they are. And I think that, like, for me, what a centrist would be is someone who right, doesn't take a side, who sits there in the middle, is very wishy-washy, someone who's like both sides are bad, someone who often will just not weigh in on the discussion, right?
Okay.
That's what I see as a centrist, but I don't do that. I weigh in a lot
Yeah, I agree.
Sometimes
I think by your definition, you're actually on the right.
On the right? How?
By his definition?
By his definition, not by my
okay,
definition.
Can you
how?
elaborate?
But by his
But
definition,
yeah,
absolutely.
I'm curious too. Can you elaborate?
Yeah, I think when Wick does intervene, it's usually to bring in a right-winging perspective, and it is to enforce and support that perspective. And I also think that whenever he intervenes to criticize the left, it's usually again to discredit a very like lukewarm take that is given as like a very basic progressive outlook. And maybe Wick thinks that those things are protected because of his vote. But the thing is, other people that hear the content also vote. And like, if somebody made a good leftist point, and then you discredit it by saying that all leftists see conservatives as demons, and now this person is less likely to listen to leftists in the future, because I don't see conservatives as demons. I don't think Pondering, or I don't know about President Sunday, but like I know Corey doesn't.
I see all rightists as demons, literal demons possessed by Satan.
Okay, good. That's what I thought.
If I may, Katie, if
yeah,
I may,
sure.
just on this point. So on this, the reason I say this, like, is not maybe because you individually, or Josiah, or Corey, or even President Sunday individually will say that they're demons, right? But a lot of the ways that the general left treats these people is inhuman. It does dehumanize them, and this is my biggest contention with politics across the spectrum, right, left, and center, is that we all talk what we want to be, this ideal world, these great values, but when we behave, we don't live up to those values. So someone who says, I support the poor and the working class, but then doesn't like do anything to help the working class, and in fact shits on them, right, all the time, that isn't someone who supports the working class. I don't care what they say they do. I can observe what they actually do. And so I think it's important to combat the narrative that a lot of right people see, right? A lot of right people believe, they literally believe that the left hates them and wants them gone, right?
And they
so
believe
to combat
that
I make a point of saying, I don't think you're demons. You're welcome in my space.
Yes, you're one of the good ones. But here's the thing. You throw us under the bus when I don't think they're demons, and Pondering doesn't think they're demons, and Corey doesn't think they're demons. But you say I'm different than the general left, which again is interesting because you say they treat them as inhuman. And I'd argue that some of the things that you have allowed to happen on your panels have made trans people feel pretty dehumanized, have made mentally ill people feel pretty dehumanized, have made fat people feel pretty dehumanized, have made Black people feel pretty dehumanized, women pretty dehumanized. I was on an all women panel where all the super chats were just shitting on the girls, you know? So again, we all dehumanize each other and treat each other badly, especially online. And you focus it in as like a leftist issue with how leftists treat conservatives like demons. And you even preface it by saying, I don't see you like demons. I understand your perspective. And it's like, I understand the conservative perspective too. I just disagree with it without being wishy-washy about it.
Well, again, what conservative position do I agree with?
That is not what I said, Wick.
My frustration, right? And maybe this is a miscommunication, right? But my frustration is that I feel gaslit and strawman when people say things like, instead of being wishy-washy, I fundamentally and unequivocally disagree with the right on this. But I fundamentally and unequivocally disagree with the right on a lot. I think my most right-coded kind of position, and I was thinking about this last night.
So I think there's two conversations happening simultaneously here, and they're confusing each other. There's one where we're disputing as to whether or not Whick is quote unquote on the left and has some kind of obligation to not disadvantage the left in his platforming and like how he manages his channel and so on and so forth.
which
And
I don't
then-
think he does.
And then on the other hand, we're accusing him, sort of presuming that he does have some kind of obligation of doing things in a way that is contra, I guess, the leftist values of this particular slate. So we need to pick one of those, because we're doing both at once, and the conversation's becoming a little bit difficult.
I can tell you why. I can tell you why I think that is. And Whick, you tell me if I'm wrong. Is it possible that if you felt like you were on the left, and then we managed to like convince you that you're doing things to like embolden the right, that would make you feel like you're not standing up to your own like ethical values? Because I think that's what it is.
Let me 1 second. $5 from Matt Honeybee to see. As a fat person, your panels have never made me feel dehumanized. Katie, don't speak for all of us. Love you. Well, thank you. Right? I mean, feelings are valid. I won't
guarantee you that.
Right? I won't.
Wick has many fat friends.
Look, look. I'm not a spring chicken, right? I got a little junk in the trunk, as they say.
I'm very happy that some fat people don't feel dehumanized by Wick talking about how we should bully fat people.
So there is $5 from Jay Desi 4 to say $5 to not let them convince you of anything and to hold your position firm? ? Well, maybe if you were more former with that statement and didn't phrase it as a question, right? And didn't demonstrate
I knew
that,
it would
that's
come
fine.
down to bribes. I knew it.
Look, at
Damn
the
you.
end of the day, to what you said, Katie, specifically about that you think that one of the reasons I am being stubborn is that by accepting the criticism that I'm emboldening right-wing actors, that I would feel it would be violating to my ethical values. Let's consider that, because I want to take it seriously. Yes, if you can demonstrate to me that through my actions that I have given, that I have caused right-wing positions to take prominence, I would feel bad. I would feel guilty for that. But at the same time, how I'm acting has to be on a values basis. And one of my values is to give a voice to everyone who wants to speak, right? To everyone who wants to speak. No one should be without a voice. And I think that if by upholding that value, it ends up that the right wing is stronger, that sucks. But it would be, I don't, like, it would still, I would be violating my values either way. Does that make sense?
That's why you're a liberal, not a centrist or a leftist.
So,
but in any case, what I was going to just jump in very quickly and say then is this is, I mean, find conditions if you're a channel of such a threshold where we can actually track like specific instances where you are contributing to specific right-wing figures actually concretely benefiting. I think what they're criticizing you for, though, for Wick, is not that you have done this, but that you're engaging in activities which, once you meet that threshold, once you're at like the size of like a Destiny or a Chud Logic or somebody else, I guess just very two different sizes. But once you're of a significant size, that these practices will have that effect. So you can look at like larger channels like Destiny and see that like certain things that he's done have directed audience flow to some pretty radical figures, radical in some of the worst ways that they wouldn't have had otherwise. It's a questionable whether or not that actually leads to the success of those particular communities in mainline politics, but it's definitely a possibility that's worth taking seriously. I think for myself, the issue I'm running into here with the premise of this whole conversation is that I'm not convinced that Wick is sort of on side with you guys in like a factional sense, such that he actually has any obligation to take your ends into account. So if he's saying that his actual values are just absolute fairness to the point of Armageddon, like Rorschach, just a really gay liberal one, I mean that's what he is. So
yes, the premise of the thing is that we're his friends and we don't like that he's a liberal.
I would agree. Like,
that's the premise.
I would totally agree. Wick is not obligated to anyone but himself. And however he wants to, the content that he wants to create, totally up to him. He has, at least from this is my perspective, zero obligation. He's not even obligated to like converse with me at all whatsoever. But the question I would have Just out of curiosity, of like, let's say we get to the point, we probably never will, but let's say we have like perfect metrics on like the audience that you have. I'm curious, like, so in terms of like, let's say you got to the point of like, now that your audience is like 100% like they vote conservative or like Republican, I guess, to put it more in your domain in the United States. Would that affect your content moving forward? As in, like, if you had that knowledge, I understand you
Well,
would
yeah,
probably
we're
never
talking
have the
about
knowledge.
audience capture, right?
Yeah,
Like
as in,
if
like,
I
let's say
knew
you,
all my audience would stop watching me or be likely to stop watching me if I stopped promoting. I don't know how much effect that would have on me. I don't have these metrics. It wouldn't be zero, right? There's obviously pressures and societal pressures that influence people, right? To deny that would just be foolish.
Well, I mean, it might legitimately be zero, though. Like, there may literally be a threshold beyond which it actually does have no effect. Like, there are these little bubbles where what happens within them is basically indifferent to what happens without them. I think there's a certain...
We're talking about audience capture, though. Like, so if you know your audience will, leans a certain way, you're incentivized to, pander to your audience a little bit. $5 from Kilo the Giant.
No, but I'm speaking to that in particular. Like, I think
$5 from Kilo the Giant to say you don't owe the left anything, Wick. You needing to be held accountable for the emboldening of right-wing ideas is not a valid criticism, in my opinion. Well, thank you, but this I do owe my values and principles something, and my values and principles I consider are left-leaning for the most part.
So right there. So it was funny. So the reason I was partially distracted is Kilo and I were DMing back and forth because he has some pretty good criticisms of us on the panel. But what I was going to say is it's so interesting, and I figured that this would be the case, that Corey, Katie, President Sunday, and I would be in at least in the ballpark of the same area, but that we would come at this from different vectors, because I actually disagree with Corey. I think Whick does have an obligation in his content creation, a moral obligation to be commensurate with his values. And as I was saying earlier,
I don't think he does.
I do. And here's what I mean. So he said earlier, and this has long been my suspicion of Whick, when it comes to matters of substantive policy in the United States, of which Whick is a citizen, he votes with the leftist proxy in power, which is the Democrats, and that matters. He favors Democratic policy position. That matters. But the second part of that is, if he's going to be a political commentator, I think, much like Destiny famously says you have an obligation to live your principles, and Whick himself says it too, he has an obligation to espouse those principles. Now, he can get creative with how he does it. Again, I look at somebody like Dylan Burns, since President Sunday brought him up earlier. Dylan Burns, I think, is a progressive who lives and espouses progressive values. He doesn't do it all the time, like when he moderates discussions with, far right wingers, and so he can set them aside temporarily, but he makes sure that in his activism, when he's not moderating discussion, he makes it abundantly clear. Okay. Right and left are not equally bad. The left is better than the right.
I am still missing this. What in my social media activism that you are aware leads you to this position that I am not on the left, or that I
because you criticize, in my view, now I haven't reviewed your Twitter page in forever, but when I see you opine things or like offer a political position, it's usually to criticize the left or the left. So I think you and I got into it in a DM once where it was actually President Sunday, as a matter of fact. He said something about Putin, killing Putin or something. I can't remember what it was. And you criticized that. And there was like a back and forth there. That was an easy example.
Oh, assassinating world leaders? Generally against it. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Whick is very respectable politics. Again, he's a liberal.
Right.
Okay, whoa. Is assassinating world leaders a leftist position?
No.
Okay, then this isn't a leftist thing.
I think that's a pragmatic decision. I don't think that's one way or the other.
So, but there are others.
I think if you were to ask Whick, hey, do you think it's appropriate to assassinate Hitler while World War II is going on, he'd probably say yes.
Right, and so that's the other thing I was going to point out. Let me just give a couple more examples, then we'll get to that right there.
Okay.
Because
$2 from Tesco Johnson say, why do you hate America?
Yeah, Whick, why do you hate America? Sucks. I don't know who he was posing that question.
Why do you hate America, Whick?
Well, President Sunday's the Canadian, so it must be him. But so what I was going to say was, like, when you and I
hate Canada, I don't hate America.
Oh, fair enough. When we sparred Whick for the first time, you were also criticizing me a leftist, a progressive as well. I only ever see you. Maybe I'm wrong, but when your tweets pop up into my feed, when it's politically substantive, when there's a commentary involved, it's to stand the more conservative position.
In the two examples that you gave me was one where I was criticizing Sunday over something, which
over killing a far right, tyrannical.
Yeah,
leader.
I'm against
Yes.
killing people in general. Like that is
But
I don't think that's
True.
standing the conservative position. Like, see this example, right? And then the other example is where we disagreed substantively. Me disagreeing with you, right? I think it was on the filibuster, right? Yes. In that instance, I thought what the Democrats were advocating for was foolish and unwise, and yes, I criticized them.
So, Whick, well then, listen, I understand, and maybe I should have come armed with more examples. I'll own that. But let me just ask you bluntly. If I were to go at the end of this conversation, if I dedicate the time to go through your feed and find out where you offer a political opinion, are you going to look me in the eye and tell me, yeah, most of the time I'm standing the leftist position against a conservative? I'm betting the answer is a fuck no. I'm betting the answer is a no.
I need to interject.
Just real quick, to answer his question.
Yeah.
I don't know so how I engage with Twitter. Let me give you guys a rundown. I go through my phone, I scroll.
Make sure that porn is minimized.
That's fine. I say that's dumb. Tweet something out about it.
Yes,
that's funny. Tweet something out about it. Oh, that's silly. Tweet something out. I'm usually in my bed, like in my boxers, right? I don't know.
What other tabs to open on your phone? But
yeah, really. Yeah,
I'd like to comment on something, if you don't mind. Whick, I think that if you did this experiment with Ruminate, what you'd find is that a lot of the times you and him would get into arguments where you'd go, is this a leftist position now to murder people? And it doesn't matter how President Sunday provided context to this and how Ruminate provided context to this. You still continue with certain framings, especially with leftist topics or stuff that you think are leftist or that you're keen to put a leftist perspective on, that you don't do with conservatism. It was very frustrating that your immediate reaction was like, is murdering people leftist progressive now? It's not. And you know that, except that you don't know that. And that's the frustrating part. I think you can't tell when something is a leftist take and when something is a conservative take, which is what I meant at the beginning with the cut a liberal and a fascist bleed type of thing. I don't think you realize that some of the stuff that you support are conservative positions. I don't think you understand that. And just to one more sentence.
I'm agreeing with you. I don't understand how not wanting world leaders to be assassinated is a conservative position.
Okay. And there are many people on this panel that will talk to you about that.
Hang on, 1 sec. One sec here. I've got a faintly similar background culturally as Whick, so I have a sense of where he's coming from with this. When he's saying, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Whick, when he's saying he's not in favor of Putin being assassinated, he's not saying he's in favor of not using any and all means necessary to stop a genocidal or a warmongering maniac from doing what he's doing. I think he's coming from sort of a background where there is simultaneously a downgrading of the significance of death and an upgrading of it in certain particular cases. So if you're from like a religious conservative background, specifically a Christian one, you will tend to regard people dying in a different light as somebody who comes from a secular background. So if you kill somebody who's bad, you've damned that person to eternal torment or whatever, whereas if somebody good or innocent is killed, that simply doesn't happen. And so how you value things changes a little bit. You will tend to be more hostile towards deliberate killing than towards a passive attitude to other wrongs, even involving killing, sort of presently going on. And so my suspicion is that he's not taking the stance of, oh, we should be fair to Putin. My suspicion is that he's viewing Putin as a human being, and he has a reflexive revulsion towards seeking the destruction of another human being. Am I understanding you on point?
I think that yes and no. So to be clear, right, on my stance on
And
this,
then core.
I think that while yes, Putin needs to be stopped, right, and if the only way possible, right, if it was absolutely necessary to stop him with that, then maybe. But I don't think it is. I don't think it is at all. And in fact, I think by trying to do that, there is such risk. Normalizing the idea that if a world leader is bad enough, we can kill them, it has ramifications and consequences well beyond the specific situation that we need to take into to account. Systemic, right? When we talk about what's systemic, this is definitely a systemic
Okay, you're
thing.
not wrong, but this is where I would say that I think it's pretty inaccurate to say that you're a leftist, Whick, and that doesn't mean you're a bad human or something.
Maybe,
Some people will disagree, but like when I think centrist or when I think liberal or whatever, I think of somebody who is fundamentally rooted in the current liberal structure. Their point of reference for right or wrong is what maintains that structure, what is beneficial for that structure, or what conduces to the health of that structure. And there is some merit to that, actually. There are things that liberal structures do well that other structures do not. However, when I think of the term leftist, I don't think of someone who has nice values as opposed to mean values. I think of somebody who has a specifically critical attitude towards the very structures that you have bluntly a conservative attitude towards. Not a conservative attitude in the sense of like a Nick Fuentes or like a Ted Cruz or somebody, but conservative in the sense that that's the fortress you sort of return to. That's the
my most conservative coded or liberal coded position is I do stand institutions. Yes, I think the institutions
I
that we
want to
have in
say
America
something.
specifically.
Yes, that's not
£6
liberal.
doable to say this is no true Scotsmaning of the left is ridiculous. Not everything right of Bernie Sanders is conservatives. FFS, complete delusion by leftists. Thank you for the £6.
Okay, but that's not liberal or conservative coded. That is like a conservative attitude towards a liberal system, which is fine. I think what's frustrating though is these people here are treating you as if you're a leftist and therefore you have some kind of onus to advocate as a leftist.
Sunday, we've said this multiple times that we don't do this. I don't understand why you keep saying that.
You're
Ruminating is doing that. Okay, sorry.
Sorry.
I want to say something very quickly, and then I want to let Corey talk. Whick, I disagree with Sunday on this. I have some liberal blood left in me, and I also stand institutions in an unhealthy way. However, I think that the take that you just gave about like how it's complicated and we don't want to allow certain things, and we like, how do we determine what's a bad enough leader? When is it appropriate to assassinate someone and all that stuff? I think that's a valid, interesting, important conversation to have. That is a completely, and I know this doesn't fit into a tweet, but I think that one is a much more interesting thing than just going, is it a leftist take to murder people now? And that's what I mean. It's this constant framing of like, oh, this leftist position is completely ridiculous and absurd, when you have literally said yourself, I can see a certain situation where I would support the assassination of Putin. That's all that I was asking. So if you can have that nuanced discussion and you can have more of those nuanced discussions,
but the reason
I would change my mind. But the problem is you rarely do.
Respond. Okay. The reason I frame it like that is because the situation or the circumstances in which I would think it's okay are, I think, fundamentally different than what a lot of people are espousing in social media that think it's okay, right? I think to differentiate my side, like the circumstances are so specific and so far, and we're so far from them at the present point in time, right, that I don't think it's even worth mentioning or discussing. I think there's no value to discussing it, right? And so this is where we fundamentally disagree. And the reason I push back in the way I do and frame these things is perhaps to shed some light on how other people were seeing this conversation, right? When other people look in on this and they hear you thinking, hey, we should assassinate world leaders, they think they come to conclusions, right?
I think sometimes you color the conversations. And I can give you a specific example. Unless Corey, you've been waiting a while. Do you want to go or?
Well, and if you, by all means, go for it. Okay, it's your show.
I just to give you the example, when you and I were on Lilo and Stitch, right? You specifically
Adam and Stitch. Okay, Lilo and
I
Stitch.
call them
Okay.
Lilo and Stitch.
Fair enough.
You specifically very early on said that, like, unlike me, you think we should humanize people. And I never said we should dehumanize people. That wasn't even my argument. That was just like a regular, like, straw manning of my position that you tend to do when you project what you think leftism is onto me. But from that moment on, I had to deal with their entire super chats telling me, how is this crazy bitch thinking dehumanizing people is okay? Which is something that never even left my lips. But your framing of it was so appealing to the conservative audience that once you did that, to me, you have now made everyone even less likely to listen to very valid points that I was making, in my opinion. Okay.
Well, I mean,
so I think that's a good example of you doing that.
If I may, though, Katie, if he's appealing,
Yes.
if he's appealing to an already conservative audience that already thinks that, that would suggest that actually the cause is the audience, not Whick in that case.
Yes,
he's
but
not
I'm
making it worse for you.
criticizing
That's the
Wick's
read of the audience on you, and Whick is just in agreement.
Whick frames things, especially with leftists, in a certain way. And Whick has claims that he has an ethical obligation to himself to not do that dishonestly.
I guess I'm just still confused. Are we?
I know.
Is this no? But is this an intervention in the sense of trying to convince Whick that he needs to do things differently, or are we just accusing him of being a bad person? Because one of these is helpful. One of
I'm
these isn't.
not a bad person. No,
Why
But
are
you
you
just
saying
said
it
this
like that?
honestly.
Are you Whick right now? Like, what's happening?
No, I'm
Wishes,
not. I
yeah.
fight with Whick virtually every time I talk to him,
It's true. Like, we fight a lot.
and I wish that I was fighting with him here because he's categorically not a leftist. I thought that would have been an interesting conversation to have.
Then have
I
it.
think
We're not
Wick
But
preventing
every
you.
time I try to, frankly, Katie, like you start telling everybody to shut the fuck up, and then you start going over a litany of wrongs that he's done you. Like I don't know where to go with this.
Okay, I'm not gonna turn this into a weird, like, you picking fights with people.
But I'm not picking fights with people. I just the way this conversation is going. I don't know where we're supposed
Well,
to
I find
go
it
with this.
interesting
Okay,
that if
no,
so,
sorry. Corey,
go ahead. Yeah,
please.
go ahead.
If you're uncomfortable with this conversation, you can just leave.
I'm perfectly comfortable with this conversation. But like, what
Good.
happens? Here's what happens though if everybody leaves just because. I don't know, Kate. Like, what if we turn this to you for a second? Do you
No,
think
this is
this
the
is
Well,
do you think this
I want
is
to
good?
interject here. It's very curious. Like, so I don't know how, based on
Okay.
what had transpired, how anyone could come to the conclusion that any of us here think Wick is a bad person. Like, I think we made it clear from the. I understand you. Probably
Okay, I don't really care about that with all due respect. So what?
But you made that, or at least you.
Don't worry about
you
it.
put up in the air like this is an open question.
Yeah,
on what we
just
believe.
forget it and move on. So the
I
reason why I'm
am
saying
not interested in a meta conversation about this conversation.
I'm not
I
making a meta
apologize.
conversation about this conversation.
You are.
No, what I'm actually going to say is that I think in a very serious way what you're accusing Wick of actually applies pretty strongly to you. When
That's
you're,
great.
When,
and you
when
can
you're,
host a
when
panel
you're,
with me where you criticize me about that.
I
If
don't
you want
need to.
be
You
here
dug
and
your
do
grave
that
by
with me-
yourself without my help.
What?
I said you're digging your grave by yourself perfectly efficiently without my help. I don't need
Thank
to.
you. If you don't want to talk about Wick, please leave. If you can't and you only want to talk about me, I'll make you leave. How
Well,
about that?
I don't particularly want to talk about you. However, if we're going
Okay.
to be accusing Wick of assisting the right, I think some of the stuff that you're doing is actually feeding into the image you're accusing him of fostering about the left much
That's
stronger
completely fine, and I think that's valid. However, I do not want to have a conversation with you about that right
than... All
now.
right, just a heads up for the rest of the crew here. If she kicks me, I will have you on my stream at your pleasure.
Okay, but please don't get kicked. I can tell you at this point, I want to go through And that's what I was doing now. But Wick, you do so much shit posting. I'm scrolling for fucking days. I found a couple of examples
On
about
Twitter?
City Bike
Fucking waiting.
Karen, like where it's just nonstop.
Wait.
You
The City
weighed
Bike
in on that.
Karen, right?
And then the pride flag and all.
One at a time. What about City Bike Karen? Do you think that was me criticizing the left?
No, that was the closest thing to a political thing that I have found recently. That's why I'm saying I'm scrolling.
There's a lot of just shit posts and thirst traps. That's true.
Yeah, I was like, that's what I was trying to do. So
that's what I usually use Twitter
my
for,
audio
which is
cutting?
why.
That's weird.
Yeah.
No, we can hear you, President Sunday. So this is what I'll say for this particular tangent, and then I'm interested in what President Sunday's Wick related tangent. I'll just say this: what I'm going to do, Wick, is I'm going to dedicate some time to go back and look through political tweets that you've made where you have a back and forth or you retweet or quote tweet, and it's like not a thirst trap or a shit post. It's political in nature. Because I'm willing to bet that in the overwhelming decisive majority, you are taking the more conservative or right-wing stance against a center. I think you're more likely to criticize another leftist content creator than Michael Knowles, Ben Shapiro, whoever else. That's my belief.
I don't follow the right-wing creators, so that's probably just true.
Testing. Is
Fair
my audio better now?
enough.
Yeah, my audio is a bit low, isn't it?
For the
Weird.
most part, and so
Just
that's
turn my
who I
gain up.
see pop up in my feed.
Fair enough.
And
So
if
you
I'm going to
realize
fight with
that
anyone,
creates a pattern in your
How's this? Is that better?
production, right?
Is that more equal?
well, why would I follow like Ben Shapiro or something?
Testing.
Wow.
Testing.
I'm just asking if you
They don't
realize
have
that
anything of value
obviously
to say.
creates a pattern.
Every time OBS updates,
I mean,
it just gets like.
what do you mean by that? First of all, 11 pounds from
Impossible.
Doval to say, does Katie seriously not understand that there is subtext to your words? Some might call it rhetoric. Her messaging absolutely comes across like she's at the very least okay with ride-oids dying. That's
Hello.
Thanks for the
Okay.
11 pounds.
Yeah, weird.
But like
Let's turn the desktop down.
I want to ask, like,
There we
what
go.
pattern do you think that suggests?
I think Conjuring's point is that there's a pattern of you catering to right wing. Am I wrong?
No. My point is that when you, based on some of how you handle your panels, and more particularly how you handle your online presence in general, I think that you give the right wing in the United States an undeserved charity and benefit of the doubt and hold the left to a higher standard. And because I think that you have left-leaning values in terms of how you vote, I think you have an obligation to flip that. I think if you do criticize the left from the left, which we all do, how I got into this space at all was me constantly criticizing Destiny from the left as someone else who I think
Oh,
is an
don't
ally
admit
of the
that,
left.
dear God.
Uh-oh.
So I mean, that's but
I saw Katie perk up at that. She's
But-
like,
but
Destiny on the
that's-
left? Oh,
so
no.
that's how I consider Destiny somebody who is a net positive in general to the
Wait, do you
left
think-
compared
so
to the
you
right.
think
But
Destiny's
wait.
on the left, but I'm
I
not
would
on
wait
the
a minute.
left.
I
Oh,
would
you can
never-
hear it coming out. Oh my
I
God,
would
he's
never in my life
caught the virus.
ever suggest whatever disagreements that Destiny and I have. I would never say or suggest and go out of my way to avoid suggesting that because I disagree with Destiny on certain things like institutions and how Democrats should fight back against Republicans, I would never suggest that he is effectively a conservative or effectively a Republican. I go out of my way to say Destiny on his worst day is better than somebody like a Michael Knowles or a Ben Shapiro, and they are orders of magnitude apart. What I want from you personally, if you're going to criticize the left, I think you have a responsibility as someone whose policies are left-leaning to make it abundantly clear that when you're talking about, when you're moderating a debate between a flat earther and a round earther, you're not just the centrist who's like, well, there's equal evidence for flat earth. No,
Or
you
what if
say,
it's a cube? That's the
right.
middle.
You say, no. The evidence is clearly squarely against the flat earther. I'm going to moderate this discussion. I'll try to be as fair as possible. But you don't indulge in false equivalences or exacerbate false equivalences or both sidesism or whataboutism. That's what I want to see from you. And I do think you have a moral obligation to do it. But that's where I stand on the issue.
Good. We can now have President Sunday and Wick understand why they don't agree on whether Wick is on the left.
Well, actually, can I
we
ask
get
Wick?
the last word in on me? I won't
Yeah,
respond.
of course.
But can
Yes.
you respond on that?
Of course.
I just don't think I both sides things.
Okay.
I just don't. Now on a panel, if like for example, if I have two conservative leaning people and then one of the conservative leaning people dropped out, and so I only have 2 versus 3, I will put my thumb on the scale to make it more balanced. Absolutely, I will do that. But I don't think that's both sizing things. I think that's just trying to create a balanced discussion where both sides have kind of an equal weight, right?
But Wick,
Yeah.
in this example of like, and to be fair, most discussions about conservatism and progressivism are not as clear cut as like Earth round, Earth flat. But in this example, some of them are, but not all of them. But in this example, imagine if you put your thumb down for flat Earth just to make it more fair. It's like there are two people for round Earth here and one flat Earther, and it's like
Reality
oh, God, let me
doesn't
put
need
thumb
my help. Like if it's that clear
I don't know
cut,
about that.
reality does not need. Reality will be reality regardless of what like happens on my panel, right?
Yeah,
You
that
don't
might be a
think
fundamental
so?
disagreement.
You don't think that regardless of where we land on if I did host a flat Earth versus round Earth panel, regardless, even if the flat Earth trounced the round side, right? That suddenly that the Earth will be flat now.
No, I think
No,
I
but
think
the
the point
reason
is
why-
that the position will be able to gain currency with a vulnerable audience.
My audience ain't vulnerable. My audience
Take a
is not.
chat.
I understand you think that's the logic of the critique, though.
Fair enough,
So
but
that's
yeah,
why
I just
I brought up the hypothetical of like, again, if you had access to information, or rather to use sort of Pondering's Twitter example, like how you engage on Twitter. Like, I'm curious as to how you respond. I understand you might not know of like, yeah, you are curating, like, you just have pretty much like all Republicans follow you on Twitter, and like now all your viewers, like you poll them and they all like vote a certain way, not the same as you, basically. Like, would you feel that you need to modify something, or it's like you would want to run with that?
if I found out, right, that all my followers or a majority of my followers even were right leaning, it would influence me. It would. I mean, it would have some influence. But just because something has an influence doesn't mean it actually will change.
Influence how? As in you want to lean more into it or less into it?
I think that, well, what I like to do is challenge people's beliefs. So I would actually probably start challenging a lot more right-leaning beliefs. Because I think most of my audience is not on the right. I think most of my audience, at least, is center-left or left. I think that's the majority of Twitch and YouTube audiences that I have. I could be wrong, though. I don't have metric for this. This is just my intuition, right? So I like to challenge their beliefs. And so I do so
but
by asking
you think
questions.
You're left. That's the issue. So.
Huh?
You
Say one more
think
time, I
you're
didn't
on
hear
the
you.
left.
Yeah, I think my values are on the left, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm saying that your metric of evaluating whether someone is on the left or not is skewed by the fact that, like, maybe President, you can now go into this of like, I don't consider Wick on the left, right? So
Sure.
Well, I
What
suppose
values
my
do you have for
immediate question, Wick, is why is it important to you to be considered on the left?
Why is it? I guess it's important to me because it's how I feel reality is, and reality is important to me. So again, if we don't consider someone who, again, legislatively and votes blue, right? Electorally votes for Democrats across the board, right? I don't think I've ever voted for a Republican. Someone who advocates for very progressive positions in some cases, some cases a little less progressive positions, but in general. So if we don't consider that an ally on the left, then what are we doing? Like, that's why it's important. Like, this idea that unless you
No, I follow you here. No.
297 leftist values,
Sure.
and you only agree with 290 of them, that you are not on the left. What are we doing, right? That's why this is
Okay.
important.
Well. The issue isn't that you particularly are not on the left. The issue is that when we're talking about the left, we're talking about like specific types of goals and values and different things you advocate for against other people. And so one of the reasons why people are frustrated when people self-characterize as being on the left when they don't hold those things is because it seriously dilutes the general understanding of what these things actually stand for, which in turn sort of limits the range of political possibilities that we're even considering.
Some political possibilities, I want to limit their range, right? I think they're bad, and I don't want them implemented.
No, I understand what you're saying, but like we're talking like a little bit less than like kill police officers and overthrow the government to institute Leninist communism. We're talking
Did you
about.
not see my moderate versus my centrism panel? Like that's worth a
I
watch.
didn't.
Gang.
Can I interject?
It's your
It's your show.
Apparently.
Because you guys were having a back and forth, so Whick, I think that we can say that some liberals, and they absolutely do, well, not centrists, but some liberals absolutely who vote Democrat. I think you're a Democrat, okay? You obviously are. That doesn't make you on the left. But the thing is,
Whick, what is the left? Hang on. What is the left? What do you mean by that?
Left to center. So anyone who
left to center.
Yeah, left to center. Like
No. Not how do you self-describe? What is the left? What makes something left of center?
Left to center.
As opposed to a right of center.
Sure. Generally, it's policies that are designed to implement some sort of change, right? It's the opposite of conservative, which wants to conserve certain things.
Well, not necessarily, right? Because like a conservative or right-winger may very much want to change the ethnic makeup of a country. That's change.
It's usually in a backwards direction. You know, it's usually regressive, right? So they do want to overturn things like Roe v. Wade. That was a change they wanted to implement, but it was a regression to the tradition, or what they saw as tradition, right? Is that incorrect?
No, I'm waiting for Katie. Looks like she was about to do something.
No.
So yeah, I think that like in general, so I wouldn't say
Okay, but like you're so when you say center left,
ethno-nationalism, I don't think is a conservative.
No,
I think it's an ethno-nationalist.
I understand, but okay, so we're not talking about like. Change doesn't work on your understanding, though, because you're still characterizing yourself as center-left. There seems to be some kind of scalar order going on here, right?
Yeah, because
it's a difference of
it's
degree,
spectrum,
not
right?
of not
so
of.
Let me explain, right? So it's a spectrum. So the reason I say I'm center-left is because I don't want to change everything, right? Not all of my positions are for change, right? Some of my positions do want to conserve certain things, like institutions and things like that.
But I don't think that actually describes anybody in particular, because nobody wants to change everything. Clearly.
You guys want to change everything? I don't want to change everything.
I don't know. See how long this panel goes. I might come around.
There does come a tipping point where you, if you want to change more than me, I think you are more left than me. No?
Well, what if you're like an old school fascist, and what you're aiming for isn't a regression. What you're aiming for is a forward-looking evolution, like of the state,
that, right? That's why it's not just a line here, right? There's a lot to
but
it.
But
they are more, I guess fascism is kind of like under my definition of things, that you're gonna hate this, right? It is for change, so it is towards that, but it's in a very authoritarian scale, right? Towards
okay,
an authoritarian
neo-Nazis want to change a lot, but they're not on the left. Wick.
What?
Right?
Well, what are you talking about? It has socialist in the name.
Wick, neo-Nazis want to change quite a bit, okay? There's a lot of changes they want to implement. That does not make them on the left, right? Just because they want more change, more systemic
exactly, because it's not it's not a line where you are just left or just right. It's a depth of field here. It's like a 3D model here, so you
multiple
can be
axes
for change, but also in this authoritarian racist direction. No, you aren't a leftist, right? Because you're a fascist, right? They're different. I'm not saying they're the same,
okay,
right?
But...
I'm just saying it's a scale, and I think that the people who are advocating for change towards an ethno-state are up here, and the people who are advocating for change towards less racism and stuff are down here. They're very far apart. They're not even the same. So don't get that twisted. But yes,
No, I'm not getting that twisted. But then what I'm asking is, if your definition of the left is anyone who wants more change than
no, I
me,
think that
is
makes you more left.
So you're a heliocentrist, essentially. Okay.
Heliocentrist.
If I can I'll throw Wick a bone here, because as an American,
Go ahead.
and I think part of the issue is this, and I fall into this myself. So for modern political parlance, often commentators and politicians will use the left to refer to just a catch-all phrase, just, 2 syllables to refer to anyone who is not a conservative. So liberal, neoliberal, progressive, social democrat, democratic socialist, socialist communist, like that whole range is on the political left. And so that's something that you hear in a lot of American media, even from politicians. So I know I use it that way very often, and I think that's what Wick means here. He votes Democrats, which is the closest thing to a political proxy that the left has in the United States, that wants more egalitarian and more social equality policies. That's what I think he means. And then people to the left of that who are willing to much more casually bend, break, or twist institutions to affect those egalitarian or social equality outcomes, he considers more left than himself.
Okay,
That's
but
what I think
the question
he
is,
means.
but the question is, do most people, or is the President Sunday, when you don't consider Wick on the left, are you working from an academic perspective, from your own like intuitive understanding of leftism? Like, just give me a title so I can like name it.
Well, I don't think the left is a coherent entity. When I
Yeah,
think
I
on
agree.
when I think on the left, I simply mean that which is opposed to the right, and I don't think Wick is categorically opposed to the right. I think Wick is operating in a space that has different loyalties, not to the right per se, but it's not one of opposition.
Yeah.
Like certainly on specific policies, but then you'll find the same kind of.
Sunday here. I
Okay,
want to
go
agree
on.
with Sunday here. If the conservatives have a position I view as correct, I don't oppose them just to oppose them. I'm like, oh no, they're right in this case, right? I can't think of one off the top of my head, right? But if it came to a point where the conservatives were right about an issue, where they were objectively correct,
Yeah.
why would I fight that? They're just objectively correct. Just because they're my political opposition normally doesn't mean I can't point out, oh, they're actually right about this.
Well, I think
Mr. President,
I think
clarify.
just if I may very quickly before you jump in. So I think one of the reasons why I front this by saying I don't think there's a coherent left. I think, and this is again one of the reasons why I think you're actually a centrist, Wick, not a leftist at all. I don't mean that disparagingly. Is that there's this baked-in assumption that the right and the left sort of constitute a holistic representation of all the different voices and interests in society, where like the right accounts for this side of the human experience, the left accounts for this one, and there's actually not a distinction between them. They just differ by degrees on certain things. The reason why I have an issue with that, and why I would say that adopting that position makes you a centrist as opposed to a leftist, so I don't think you can be a centrist and a leftist, is because what's being sort of tacitly assumed there is that the right itself does actually represent a part of the human experience in a very general and sort of encompassing way, when I would argue it's actually a cult of a specific cultural inheritance that is super particular and super narrow, and it's only because of the nature of its claims that it has such wide resistance that you can actually have like a right and left sort of crystallizing in that opposition.
So I don't know if you were here for when I said that the fascists, right, weren't on the right or the left, but there are something else, right? I don't view these things as a dichotomy. Like I don't think that this is a binary thing. So I would agree with you on that. And I'm confused why you think that I think that way, right?
Well, because you're center left. So you're sort of implying a kind of gravity there.
It's a shorthand to describe to people what I am, right? It's a shorthand, and it's not entirely accurate because, and I say this all the time on my panel, or on my show.
Well, I think
I'm a
though.
buffet politician.
Yeah,
Let
no,
me
but I
I'm
think
a
though.
buffet politician. I take a little from this table.
No.
a lot from this
I understand
table.
what you're saying, and everybody does this. But I think what would be much less obfuscating, and would really clarify your position vis-a-vis this panel, is if you just said what that actually is, which is a liberal, which you are. Like, you're a partisan of liberal institutions, and there's nothing inherently wrong with that as long as you're circumspect about it.
$5 for Shapingro Steam Tech to say what percent of the population do the panelists think are on the left. Well, I don't know. But I would say, right, that I do have some liberal leanings, yes, but I'm not a liberal because I think the liberals are wrong on certain things. I think the liberals get quite a few things wrong.
What are liberals
Wait,
wrong
I'm
about?
sorry, I have to very quickly. You don't think fascism is a right-wing ideology?
Fascism is fascism, right?
Well, right. The right predates fascism, so like you can get into that. But I am curious. What do liberals get wrong, Whick?
Okay, so I think that the fetishization of institutions that they do is incorrect, right? I think a lot of times they do fetishize institutions, where I would say that institutions are a means to an end and not the end thereof. Josiah,
But to push back right away
I
on that,
but
very
like,
very
just real
quickly.
quick, Josiah is saying that as if I'm agreeing with him. No, I think that institutions, while I don't fetishize them, are important.
Okay, no, I understand, but Wick, so here's where I have to push back
Comment,
immediately.
Josiah.
Wait, hang on. So I'm actually going to push back from a right-wing vantage now, okay?
Please.
So one of the reasons why you're very much a liberal nonetheless, you have a very literal understanding, it seems to me, of what an institution is. An institution is not just like the police, the state, the government, the judiciary, etc., etc. It can also be like crystallizations of certain types of practice and certain types of norms. So, for example, one of the debates that was had when the right as we understand it today was starting to form was whether or not it was appropriate to suspend liberal values of free speech and free assembly, etc., when you had political parties rising that threatened the stability of that liberal order itself. And the debate really centered around liberals who were insistent that no, we need to let this play out, and wherever the dice fall, they fall, and other people who were insisting that no, we have constitutional measures to suspend this and we need to use that, otherwise you will not be able to return to a situation where you can actually facilitate free speech and so on and so forth. And moreover, if you allow people to sort of govern by, or sort of to dominate the discussion by way of mob tactics, which a lot of people in online spaces are doing, this is actually the principal reason for the right success online, because they are willing to network with kooks and quacks and to basically just overwhelm by sheer numbers by meeting on the point of the lowest common denominator. You actually make it impossible to facilitate free discussion, in fact, because every single person who has a position that is hostile to the positions of those quacks gets flooded and appears to be a kook just because they are the minority in every single situation. You earlier were insisting that like wherever it falls. That's what that leads to. That is itself a fetishization of a liberal principle.
Disagree. Ben, I will cede to you that my free speech takes are very liberal, but I'm unapologetic.
But I think they're a fetish, is the point.
So.
They're a fetish, is the point.
Well, I am not a free speech absolutist, to be clear, but I am much closer to it than almost.
But hang on. So what's left though? No. But I really want to hit that.
Euros.
But
11 euros, because I like money.
Oh, for
11
fuck's
euros from Duval to say these are euros, not Brit bucks. Apologies, Duval. When I said pounds earlier, that was my mistake. Does Katie think she's actually left when she has single-handedly converted more people away from leftism than the rest of the world combined? And Kilo Giant for $2. Unmute Josiah this instant. I didn't mute him.
I muted, buddy. Kilo. Okay. Kilo's my boy. He's got my back. I muted myself so as not to blur it out.
Okay, but hang on. No. But I want to. I've talked very little.
Can I actually engage with this with you?
No, because I'm not a liberal.
Really engaging with it, though.
How? Okay.
Okay,
How
no,
am
no,
I not
you
engaging with it?
can, but before you trot out like 50 other points, I wanted to just get in on this one because this was the crux of it. When you insist, yeah, these massive, these outcomes with massive implications for lots and lots of people that may set us on a course that we actually can't return from. That's okay as long as it's arrived at through quote unquote free discussion, which really is just a sieve where the people who are better able to manipulate algorithms and popular ignorance prevail in every single case. You have essentially deified the idea that it's simply right and good in all cases, that just people arguing on an equal plane, that always yields the preferable outcome, even when it's literally preferable by no other metric except the bare fact that that's what's taking place.
True. That's just not true.
But that's what you said earlier.
Mr. President, or he'll
Please.
say, no, it doesn't always lead to the preferable outcome, but he'll still stand them anyway.
Yes.
Then
That's
but
also frustrating.
what's the difference, Whick?
Because I think, right, we can solve a lot of problems, right? We could solve a lot of problems if we took away enough freedom from people. We could. We could make it the world a safer place, a better place by metrics alone. But I would not want to live in that world because I value my freedom, right, to do these things, even if they have worse outcomes than it would be.
Okay, I understand this, but the
Right?
last argument we had was you defending the strangling of Jordan Neely on the subway.
This matter is taken. I said that it wasn't murder, it was manslaughter. And guess what? The fucking government agreed with me. That's what he was charged with, because that's what he probably did.
Because you don't fetishize institutions, Whick.
So what's interesting is this is where I'm a bit out of my depth, because like City Bike Karen and even the Jordan Neely situation, I don't follow that. Like with my politics, it's been more about like the debt ceiling stuff and like broader, civilizational issues. And this is, for me, this is where I come at it from a similar vantage point, President Sunday, but about a different set of institutions, because my frustrations, and Whick said it earlier, institutions are a means to an end. Whick, wisest thing that you've said in the past hour, that's absolutely true. If there's anybody watching who thinks institutions are an end of themselves, you've missed the fucking plot. They are not. They are a means to an end, like anything else, which is why, and I always use the Abraham Lincoln example because it's the ultimate gotcha. Everyone always says their favorite president is Abraham Lincoln. That motherfucker bent, broke, and twisted institutions to prosecute the Civil War. He did it. Institutions were not a means to an end. He suspended writ of habeas corpus. He told the Supreme Court to fuck off when they told him not to arrest or to release a political prisoner. Institutions have a little asterisk by them. And if along the way they stop serving righteous ends or become corrupted and exploited by, subversive means, we have a moral obligation to change them. And this gets to my frustration with you, Whit.
Josiah, I can't tell the difference between you and Ted Cruz, because Ted Cruz would say those exact same words, make those exact same arguments to get rid of the institutions.
Do you want to know where the difference is? What's the end, Whick? What's the end? Ted Cruz wants to twist norms to... Wait a minute. You just made a charge. You just compared me to Ted Cruz. You're lucky I love you. Like you're lucky I love you. That was the most offensive thing a person has ever said to me, ever. Actually, it's not true. Somebody told me once as a compliment that I reminded them of Tucker Carlson. They meant it as a compliment. That was like a deep moment of despair in my life. But anyway, Ted Cruz, here's where you know the difference. If you stop the analysis between me and Ted Cruz at means, then I would understand why you could see that. Well, my God, on some level, both of them want to twist, bend, or change norms. What's the end? Ted Cruz wants to bend, twist, or change norms to get Donald Trump into a second illegal term. Donald Trump lost the election. Wait a minute.
Yeah, shut up,
I want to
Whick.
bend, twist norms to maximize voter turnout, which would, by the way, would allow and make it easier for conservatives to vote as well. My goals, the goals of the Democratic Party when we want to twist norms, are just more defensible than Ted Cruz's. That's the difference. And I know you recognize that.
But the problem with this is when you weaken the institutions, it doesn't just weaken it for your ends, it weakens it for their ends too. It makes it easier for them to enact the changes, the horrific changes and ends that they want.
Which would be a great... No, hang on. Which would be a fantastic counter-argument if they weren't already winning.
Do you think that the right is winning in America?
Yes.
Oh my god.
I have some news for you. They're losing on every front.
They're losing the
Oh my
electoral
God.
campaign, but they have policies going forward in every single state.
Tell that to
Ridiculous
women,
amounts of
dude.
them.
I think that
Simply
the
because
right.
they
I don't know if the
propose a
right
policy
is
which has
winning.
no
hang on,
chance of passing, right? in a lot
They
of these
didn't. They
states.
didn't have no chance of passing.
Roe
Actually, a
v.
lot of them
Wade.
have passed.
I
Not
don't
just Roe
know
v.
if the
Wade. More
right-
than
A
that,
lot
we
of
are.
them. Not a lot of them. There's
I
some
don't know if
state
the
which,
right
yes,
is
we are
winning in
failing,
aggregate,
but
Whick, but they are winning critical battles. I don't know if they're winning the war because the war is
they
so
aren't winning the
multifaceted.
war. They haven't been for.
That's why I said, wait a
decades.
minute. I said I don't know if they're winning the war. I'm not going to commit to President Sunday's position because the war politically is happening on so many fronts. But I can tell you they are winning crucial, critical battles. The Dobbs decision, which overturned Roe v. Wade, people are going to die as a result of that. That is allowing regressive red states to pass 6-week abortion bans, anti-trans legislation, like 500 bills.
Which will also
just this
result in
legislative
people
session.
dying.
Say what?
Which will also result in people dying.
Correct.
And moreover,
Thank you.
lest we forget, even if we manage to arrest every single one of these, we still have a climate crisis that's going to be accelerating very quickly within our lifetimes, and we will not be able to revert that.
If your answer is to take away the democracy of these states, that is not
The
an
last
answer
point the last point I mentioned will actually force us into a situation where we have to take away the democracy of these states either way.
So Whick, I don't know. I don't even think President Sunday, except there with the situation with climate change, and even then he didn't advocate for it. Which, by the way, we could potentially avoid that outcome.
No, we're looking at eco-fascism in the next few decades. That's the thing I'm worried about.
So here's where I'm confused. You said if we take the democracy away
Sure.
from those states,
Okay, you say that there are states which are passing things that you think is going to hurt people and kill people, right? Anti-trans legislation, anti-abortion legislation. Okay, so how do we fix this? What mechanisms would you put in place? Now you like to to keep Roe v. Wade from being overturned. You would like, I assume, what the Democrats
already
wanted
have
to make
it.
it a constitutional thing, correct?
correct?
Right?
Yep.
Right? But in order to facilitate that, there are two things that needed to happen, right?
Mhm.
One, they needed to get rid of the filibuster because they knew it would be good,
Or do a
make
carve out.
of some
They didn't
sort,
have to
right?
abolish it. Let's be very
A
clear.
carve
They
out
could have done
to weaken the filibuster, to do that, right? That is incredibly dangerous. One of the things that has been, I know we're going to disagree with this again, right? But one of the things that was able to stop a lot of Trump's legislation, a lot of right-wing legislation during the Trump leads, was the filibuster.
I
We
know
used
that.
it
I've
so
made
many
that
times.
argument.
So
That's
when
why
we
I've
carve
told
out these carve-outs for them, right? Then obviously it makes it easier for the right to do the same when they want it. Now again, you said, well, the right will just do it anyway. That's a common topic point. They didn't in 2017.
They didn't
When
have
Trump-
to in 2017.
oh my God! When Trump was
Whick,
like, get rid
Whick,
of the filibuster, carve
Whick,
out the filibuster.
Whick.
We got to get rid of this
Whick.
filibuster.
I need
We
to
don't
say
want it in
something
here.
very
You know
Hang
what
on,
Mitch
Katie,
McConnell
let
did?
Josiah
He said
speak.
no.
Wick, this is okay. The Republicans' priorities in 2017: tax cut, $2 trillion tax cuts. What they didn't need to they didn't need a filibuster carve out to do it. Number one, and two, cramming a young conservative judge in every federal judiciary vacancy they could find. They didn't need to do it. That's where I need you to understand. You're assuming that Republicans and Democrats have a mutually exclusive but comparably robust legislative agenda. They don't. Democrats want to pass shit about climate change, wage gaps, tax reform, whatever. Republicans, they want to get young conservative judges and cut taxes for the rich, and then otherwise they play defensive.
And
All
stop
they
Democrats.
do. Correct.
Didn't Mitch
You have to
literally
accept
say
that.
their entire point is
Was
to
to
just
make
block
Obama a one-term president, and they said the same thing for Biden as well. I need you to get that. This
He
idea.
said the same thing for Trump.
I need to say something very
No,
quickly.
you do not think there were people out there on the Democratic side and the left-wing side who say we're absolutely going to make Trump a one-term president, # not my president? You don't think that was happening? See, this is my problem here. And this is why you may, I think mistakenly, see me as attacking the left. Because when you make
Oh my God.
dumbass statements that when the left is pure and good and free from sin and the right is evil,
Nobody
Who
right?
said that?
Saying that!
said that?
Oh my God,
This is
Wayne!
what
Oh
you
my
were
God.
implying when you
I have
say
to say
that the
something.
conservatives do nothing but try to make people a
Wick.
one-term president, as if we didn't do the exact same thing.
Wait a minute. Wait a
Wick,
minute.
that was people, not politicians with
minute.
actual power. Jesus
yeah.
fucking Christ.
Wait a
You
minute.
don't think
wait a
the
minute.
politicians of the left with
Wait a
actual? Oh
minute.
my
I
God!
Wait
want
a
to
minute.
say
Wait a minute.
something.
Wait a minute. Okay.
No
Please say it.
pondering, please. Wick, the fact that you when you looked at pondering and you said that you can't tell pondering from Ted Cruz apart because even though you agree with pondering's policy prescriptions, you still can't tell them apart because they both think they're right, is exactly why you're a centrist liberal. Okay, the fact that you cannot tell these things apart is the fucking issue. Continue.
So, okay, let's clarify a couple of things because there was some hyperbole. Let me state very calmly. I don't think that the left or Democrats are pure and good. I do think they are better by far consistently than the Republican Party.
Absolutely.
And I am stating a fact when I tell you, and I want you to tell me if you agree or disagree. Are you going to sit here and tell me that the Republican Party's political platform, the policies they propose, is as robust and multifaceted and affirmative?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Are they meaningfully different? Like if Democrats want to do 10 things, climate change, voting rights, whatever it is.
Yes, obviously there's a substantive difference between Democrats and Republicans in America. Yep,
And,
I agree.
right, but also in terms of what they want to legislatively
yeah,
accomplish.
that's the difference. The
Right.
legislative accomplishments.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm telling you. So when you say, well, the Republicans didn't abolish the filibuster, they didn't need to accomplish what McConnell wanted. I'm not saying, well, let me finish. Hang on, please. I am not saying, I want to be very clear about this, that Republicans are reckless in their use or abuse of norms. I'm saying they do it very thoughtfully, very calculatedly when they think it gets them a political advantage that they value. The Supreme Court's a great example of it. They did a very specific carve out for a very specific reason, and it paid dividends. They broke a precedent, created a new precedent, broke that precedent in 4 years, and it netted them a 6-3 regressive conservative supermajority on the nation's highest court.
Okay,
let's relitigate this because you and I have litigated this. You know what I'm going to say. $20 for no step on snake to say the ends justify the means. In other words, it's okay to use chemical or biological weapons if enemies are evil enough. So we've had this argument before. The reason that McConnell was able to make that carve out for the Supreme Court, one of the reasons he felt comfortable with it and he was able to get it through and get opposition even on his own side to go with it, is because when Harry Reid made that same carve out for President Obama to get some of his appointees in, right? Like, because that norm was broken initially by Democrats. It made it easier, and it weakened this institution, and so it made it easier for Republicans to make further carve-outs. And so what we do if we make further carve-outs is this race to the bottom, who can get there faster, and this is why I stand these institutions, because if we did not do that, if Harry Reid did not engage in that, we would.
You know what would happen if Harry Reid hadn't engaged in that? Then President Obama wouldn't have been able to fill a single fucking executive or judicial appointment.
That's not true at all.
Which he is entitled to do under Article 2 of the Constitution. Republicans, to an unprecedented degree, under Mitch McConnell during the Obama administration, blocked or filibustered or invoked cloture for Obama's appointees to an unprecedented degree. Both parties did it, but under Obama, because they wanted to make him a one-term president, literally half the filibusters, blockages, and closures that had ever occurred in U.S. history happened under one president by Republicans. Harry Reid said,
and then during Trump's era, that record was broken.
No, it wasn't. No, it was not. No, it was not. Number one.
Pull up the numbers. You're just factually wrong.
Okay, just to bring this back to where the conversation initially started.
I'm sorry, real quick, Mr. President. I'm sorry, just point this out. Right there, great, just a beautiful example of where that's a centrist shift in the burden of proof.
That's not a centrist
Wait a minute,
shift.
let me finish.
It's saying,
let me
hey,
finish.
we
let
did
me
this
finish.
bad
Let
thing.
me finish.
Let's not
Let me
repeat
finish.
this bad thing.
Republicans did a bad thing, and it was because Democrats did a bad thing. Then when I point out that Republicans did a bad thing, which precipitated the Democrats' bad thing, then you jump in time forward to say, well, Democrats did a bad thing later down the road. That's what I'm saying, dude. It doesn't matter if it's in the past as a predicate or a future response to something. Democrats are always held to a higher standard. Always. Even if it costs.
This is just showing cause and effect. That's not holding one side to the standard. You kicked the ball, it rolled down a hill, and it picked up speed, and now both sides are engaging a race to the bottom. That's not me standing the Republicans. That's observing cause and effect. And you can disagree with me on this, but I think the numbers bear me out on this. That I think that when we weaken these institutions, at least in the state we are in, politically
Okay,
in
but
America
you're equivocating.
that enables
Yes.
right-wing
No.
action.
Okay. But I understand. But Wick, here's the problem. You're equivocating between institutions and manners. Okay. So you're telling the left they need to abide by the rules of a game that the right is already cheating at. That does not make the left win. That only makes the right win. To bring this back though to where the conversation started, because once again I am thoroughly unconvinced that Wick is on the left, and I don't think he needs to claim to be on the left. I don't know why he's insistent upon it, but like
I'm revoking his membership to it officially.
None
To be on the
It's
left anymore.
canceled. I got it.
No.
nonetheless, what does have to be said is that, as evidenced even by this panel as well, Wick is also willing to play both ways. So for us, I don't think the issue should be whether or not Wick himself is fair. I think Wick himself has made himself available, and to the extent that we can, we should avail ourselves of that. Which means I don't think spending extensive amounts of time litigating whether or not his opinions or positions vis-a-vis free speech or the right wing are disadvantageous to the left is really relevant. I think the main thing would be to start using platforms like this, insofar as we're engaging in this on YouTube and Twitch and places like that, to start playing in a similar fashion as our opponents are, which hurts a lot more. No, you're I'm not finished speaking, Wick. Not in the sense of cheating, but in the sense of actually having a forceful presence where it's been made available to us to do so.
Okay, may I respond? Are you done speaking?
No.
Okay. So, the reason, right, that I want to hold us to a standard is because I think when we violate our standards, when we violate our ethics, right, in order for short-term gains, we end up losing long-term. And I think this is just the fundamental impasse and disagreement.
No, that's hang on. I don't think anybody here disagrees that violating your ethics is bad.
Or Josiah,
Josiah doesn't think violating your ethics is good. Josiah is motivated by his ethical values. I would hope.
Maybe. And maybe you know what? Sunday,
It's the Ted Cruz in me. Probably not.
I'll give that to you. I phrased that poorly.
Well, the reason why I think you phrased that poorly is because you prefaced it by saying we, and I don't think there's a we here. I think you're actually at ethical odds with the people here. They have ethical values, very strong ones that they adhere to very strongly. I think what you're doing though is you're conflating playing by the rules of a system of which you are a partisan with being ethical, and that doesn't follow.
I think that the rules that we have in place legislatively, right, it's not an ethical thing. This is a pragmatic.
Okay, so what do you mean? What do you mean?
If I may finish, right? I let you finish. Let me finish. Let me explain what I mean by this. Okay, so there's no misunderstanding. It's a pragmatic take. What I have observed over my many years as an old man on this platform, right, is that when we as Democrats, that's to clarify what the we is, when Democrats, right, and I absolutely am a Democrat. I think everyone can agree here that I am a Democrat. Big D, right? Wick D, Big D,
Big
Democrat.
D, huh?
Okay.
Big D energy.
When we do things that violate, right, the institutions and norms, it ends up bad for us because we don't do it as good or as well as the Republicans do. And because we don't do that, when we violate these norms, we lose out, because it makes it much easier for them. And they usually wait, and they try to trap us into it. And they're very good at this, right? Say what we will about the Republicans, but they're very, very canny.
Hang on.
And they see this happen again and again. They can trick us into opening the door to a thing, and then they'll...
Okay, so here's the... Okay, so once again...
that's a bad thing.
I know, but so once again,
stop it.
I understand, but to return to the fetishization point, you say you're making a pragmatic argument, but you're making the outcome of a pragmatic tool universally true in all cases. If people...
my observation in not all cases, in American political system...
In American... In American politics, Wick, if people didn't violate norms that once were held with the same fervence as the ones that you're talking about, black people and women would still not be able to vote.
And if we were trying, right, to change those norms, how would we do that? We would do it
by
legislatively, right?
violating
So
them,
women,
because we
as I understand
no,
it,
because Wick, we who have the institutional power to change those norms are not incentivized to do so.
but that's how black people got the vote. You realize that, right? It was voted in. The Voting Rights Act was voted in.
What precipitated that?
There was political activism.
We
but
didn't
that
just
mean
change our
shit
minds, Wick.
if we don't win the vote.
Wick, white people didn't get together, have a big tea time, and just decide out of the goodness of their hearts to give other people with contrary interests the right to vote. That's silly.
Correct.
No, but it's also silly to think that all that happened was some riots and then suddenly we caved in. That's absolutely not what happened.
No, it wasn't just riots.
Which president would you kiss on the mouth? All of them.
Okay, so this is Ted Cruz here. Wick. I don't know my Ted Cruz accent. I sound like Lindsey Graham for a minute.
I'm gonna get some tea. You kids play nice.
But President Sunday's point, it's a multifaceted approach. Yes, activism and persuasive rhetoric, that plays a huge component. But the idea that that's going to get us all the way there, or, let's draw it back here for a minute, because he pointed out the civil rights movement. The issues facing the civil rights movement, like Jim Crow and segregation, these were 80 years of vestiges of slavery. So we got to take it back even more. I gave you the Abraham Lincoln example about how he broke norms to prosecute the Civil War. But how was slavery abolished? Was it done through referendum, through popular vote? No, it was after we kicked the conservative South's ass, we told them, you're done with slavery. You don't get a choice. We're not debating this anymore. We spent 80 years since the founding of this country until the Civil War trying to persuade you to give slavery up. You said no. It triggered a civil war. We beat you. And from a position of moral, political, and military superiority, terms were dictated to the conservative South. They didn't get a choice.
Why did the South rise up? Why did the South rise up? Was it because we were trying to get rid of slavery as an institution legislatively, and they decided not to play along with that, and so that they rose
One
up?
of the reasons, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. This plays into my point. We got rid of it legislatively first.
No, we didn't. Actually, the only way we got rid of it legislatively was once they seceded from the Union. Once they seceded from the Union, we passed the 13th Amendment without them. That was part of the reason why they were pissed during potential negotiations of terms, where they wanted to get back into the Union in enough time to block the 13th Amendment. And Lincoln said, no, you don't get a choice. We're not letting you in. You don't get to play anymore. We are dictating terms to you. This idea, this is what I mean. There was enough abolitionist messaging and rhetoric that successfully persuaded like half the country that slavery needed to be abolished. That was mostly in the North. We got basically halfway there. What happened afterwards? Progressives had to take power, or progressives in power had to wield state power against regressive conservatives.
And they did so successfully, and then the conservatives said, we're not playing anymore, we're going to fight you.
No.
It was the South that rose up.
No, I'm saying afterwards.
Or do you believe this was a war of northern aggression?
No. The
South rose up and violated the terms of the Constitution in order to take arms against the legislatively elected government of the United States of America.
I understand, but this doesn't play into your message, because by your logic, the North should have let them back in and try to do another vote. Hey guys, listen.
No,
you broke norms. Wait a minute. You broke norms. You broke norms. We don't get to do that. We don't get to do that. We don't get to break norms. Come back in and we'll vote on it again. No. That's not what happened.
Wick just said that when you break certain lines, you burn shit down.
Yes.
And I think what you guys are getting not stuck on. I don't know how interesting this is for you guys. I'm like completely dazed. But I think the point is that Wick is saying is that the lines that you guys are stating that conservatives are continuously breaking he doesn't see those as breaking
I don't think
lines.
By the way, Wick, very quickly, you know what else helped speed up the passing of the Civil Rights Act? The assassination of Kennedy. Just saying.
Well, so Wick, is it your position that pretty much like based off of Pondering's framing that the North provoked the South? Is that like a fair assessment in your mind?
No, I think that the South decided we aren't going to care about democracy in here. We want slavery, and we will enforce our will upon the North, regardless of what they vote for or what they want. And they demonstrated that by rising up, right, and fighting and striking and firing the first shot. In fact, I believe
against Fort Sumter.
Yeah. And so that they demonstrated they didn't care about the norms. They didn't care about institutions. They were willing to use violence, right, to enforce their will, right? And because they were actively shooting and raising military and an army against us, yes, then it's okay to burn shit down. But you know what's not okay to burn shit down? If they don't pass food stamps.
I'd
We
like
will go
to
fucking war over fucking food stamps.
Nobody's
like to interject.
advocating for war. We're just pointing out that in
Then why
the
are you
real
using
world,
the Civil War as an example?
because we're pointing out that in the end, progressive change that you support had to be executed through force and pressure. Persuasion wasn't enough to win the day. That's
like
the
Ted
point.
Cruz. Let me talk.
Sorry, Katie.
2.0 Ted Cruz, Katie. 2.0.
Yeah.
Call me Miss. Call me Miss. So Wick, I think that, and like we talked a bit about the fetishization of institutions, and I think that Roe v. Wade and how the courts were stacked in a way that allowed the turning of Roe v. Wade is actually a really good example, because you would be like, well, they did it through the institution. They didn't rise up in violence. They followed the stuff that the institution allowed them to do. So it happened. It just happened in the institution. And I think part of that liberal mindset is that you can't engage in like, you only see, I see the turning of Roe v. Wade as a type of violence against like women.
I agree with you.
If you agree with me, then you should agree that violence was created through the institution that I would argue you're fetishizing,
but that doesn't
turn Roe v. Wade.
I would disagree on the word violence. I would say harm. I would say harm.
Why would you disagree on the word violence, Wick?
Because violence.
It's a violation of their rights, is it not? It's a violation of their dignity as persons, and so on and so forth.
It can be, but not all violations of a person's dignity is violence.
That's literally what the word means. Why do you think it starts with V-I-O-L?
Violate.
Yeah,
that's the word.
Yeah. But that's what violence means. Violence, violence doesn't mean fisticuffs. Fisticuffs are just one form of violence.
I can violate someone by interrupting and talking, but I have not done violence to them. Right?
You literally have, though.
Again, this when I
Wick, why do you think we have Wick?
The reason I make this distinction is
because
when I say,
Wick,
hey, this person is doing violence against me,
you mean
I need to be able to communicate clearly and understand clearly that it's not them interrupting me,
but
that
Wick,
they are physically threatening my well-being.
Wick, we literally have Wick. Why, Wick? Hang on, Katie. Wick, why do you think we have the phrase corporal violence? What do you think that means? Because violence is so general, you actually have to specify it to refer to bodily harm only. You're wrong. Violence has that general applicability.
Of the physical, right? It's usually
that's the corporeal part. That's the body. That's what that means.
Well, I think Katie
corporeal reality, physical reality, it's what it refers to.
I understand. Again, the reason I don't like conflating violence to everything, though, and why I don't.
But that's not. But hang on. That's not conflating violence to everything. But Wick,
I need it to be clear, and I need people to understand when I say something is violent. I need.
I understand what's. But listen.
I don't need them to be.
I understand what you're saying, Wick. I understand. Right? I understand what you're saying. So just stop right there. I get it. I hear what you're saying. But you're making an equivocation in the opposite direction. You're saying that something else is equivalent to something that is not violence. It is more benign than violence. It hasn't achieved the level of being violence yet. I'm telling you, absolutely it has. Because the result of that is you downgrade the importance of addressing the thing because this doesn't amount to a fist to the jaw as if that's the worst thing that can happen to a human being.
Yes, I think that's part of where the liberalism like literally kicks in this instance, Wick, where like if you admit it as violence in that way, what you actually mean is that you're talking about when physical violence happens, that's when you burn the bridge. Let me finish.
Katie. Okay, but then I have a question for you after.
Sure, but every type of violence that isn't physical violence can be tolerated, and that's a problem when you're using powerful institutions that absolutely have the power of violence in their advantage to physically harm individuals. That's the issue.
can I
Now you can
I
ask me.
respond?
Yeah.
Yes. So let's go by your framing, right? Because the Supreme Court has done literal violence to you, or to an American woman, let's say, because you're not in America, right? But let's say you did live in America and you were subject to this nation's laws, and so they did literal violence to you. Would it be justified, in your opinion, to go and punch, stab, or kill a Supreme Court justice?
No.
They have done violence to you.
Wick, what are you trying to get at?
What
with
I'm
this
trying to
question?
get at is the reason that I don't like calling it violence, because when we call things violence, there is an understanding, a cultural kind of colloquial understanding, that if violence is being done to you, you can do violence to the person doing that.
People have used the
violence.
term violence to refer to different types of improper treatment since the 16th century.
Academically,
Wick,
yes,
this
No,
is
no,
really
no, no,
problematic.
no.
Okay, do
16th
you think
century
gay
Wick.
just means
Who do you think
happy?
you're talking about when you say
Do you
academically?
think gay just means happy, or has the word evolved over the years, right? Do you think
Wait.
gay still only means happy, or do you think it has maybe taken a cultural,
Wick,
colloquial
Wick.
significance that has transcended?
Well,
into
hang on, but
racial
now what's
right?
actually
Do you think
no,
do
no,
you think
but
it's not
you're
happening?
leaning on a natural attitude towards the term violence that simply isn't given. People do regard verbal and normative violations as violence, nonetheless, and they have for a very, very long time. It is not simply universally the case, not even now, and certainly not until very recently, that it was only considered violence if skin was broken.
I think you're just substantively wrong on this. I think a minority has always viewed, right? I can even see, I'll even grant you that there has been some people who would agree with your stance, but I would say that is the minority, and has been a minority for as long as I
Wick,
can remember.
Can
right?
I ask you something? Because you very often, and I understand because it's an excellent tool to.
Wait, I really want to clarify. Is that okay?
Sure.
Wick, here's the thing. When we're talking about the institution of the Supreme Court and the people who packed the Supreme Court to turn Roe v. Wade, and that has perpetuated violence, if people think that tells them that they can go and murder individuals, that's you again straw manning weird shit, and
Why
that's
is
fine
it?
if you
why
need
is
to
it
do
a
that.
straw man? This is
I'm
something
not
that people
done.
Because you're
said.
committing
The
epistemic
reason
violence
why-
against the concept of violence.
The reason why I brought that up is because we are talking about the way that we want to change and form the institutions to be the proper tools that they're meant to be when people are playing unfairly. People are playing violently inside the system, and you are permitting that because the violence is happening inside the system.
I'm
So
not.
when I'm talking about
this
it
idea of
being violent-
permission, this idea of permission. Do you not think I oppose this?
No, you do. But
Yes.
what you were saying
But
earlier
I
was
would draw the line at opposing it in certain ways. And
The
one
idea-
of those ways that I think it would be entirely inappropriate and counterproductive to oppose it is through physical violence.
sure, but even beyond that, see, that's the thing. Is nobody here on this panel is advocating for
Okay,
violence.
okay,
It's-
stop,
well,
stop,
wait a
stop,
minute.
stop. Because you say that you're not advocating for this, but what you're communicating absolutely does not, does to certain ears, right? We talk
No.
about
Yes,
stochastic.
to certain ears,
Okay.
Wick.
But this isn't uncommon. This isn't uncommon. Right? You are acting as if what you say has no weight, and
So-
people need to understand what
Well,
you mean.
isn't that
But what
hold
you
the same for
say
you?
is these people have done violence to me, right?
like
These
the
people have
dialogue
done
that you
violence to
called
me.
it?
So what people hear is it's okay to do
Wick,
violence. to them.
here's an alternative. Here's an alternative. Perhaps what we're actually proposing is that since certain institutions have been changed, warped, broken, or corrupted by bad faith, regressively conservative actors, we would like to bend, twist,
up.
or shape them back and not necessarily kill anybody. What about that? That's what I
think that
support.
you are saying that.
Right.
But I think that
I think
what
Corey
you
is
say
too. President
and what
Sunday,
is
Katie.
communicated, what people say and what is communicated isn't a one for one. It's just
So you
not.
think messaging is important, right, Wick? You think it's really important to curate your message appropriately?
Yes.
I think we're all on the same page there. Then we're trying to maybe point that out to
We
you.
just disagree with what's
And I have some
appropriate and what's
hypotheticals I want
productive.
to ask you.
I think
because
my
you've-
way is going to lead to better outcomes, and you disagree.
You've
and that's
what
fine.
what better? Wait a minute. Okay, actually, can you answer that first? I'm
Yes,
curious.
I
What is
can.
the better
I
outcome?
think that if suddenly everyone was Wick and communicated like me, I think for the most part, right, in general, and now I'm not perfect, right?
You can't
There's
say
probably-
everybody. You mean everybody everybody who's not Republican, right? Because if everybody was like you,
Sure.
this wouldn't be
If
an
everyone
issue,
on
right?
my side, if
Yeah,
everyone
okay.
on the left on my side kind of like things communicated like me, right? And presented things like me and talked like me, right? I
It's
think
too hot today.
absolutely we would not have just 50 seats, we would have 60 to 70 seats. I absolutely think that. I think that the Democrats would win bigger, harder, and better overall because I think what turns away a non-insignificant amount of people is this idea, right? That you talk about like these people are doing violence. It's these little messaging things that all kind of coagulate together. Coagulate's a fun word, but all kind of make this amalgamation of the left messages, right? And I think that we
That you
on the left
straw
give
man
them
and
ammo,
narrativize.
which we do not need to do. So yes, when I say better outcomes, I think I'm looking legislatively, I'm looking electorally. Yes, absolutely.
I think you are out of your mind, given that the current leader of the Democratic Party is Joseph Robinette Biden Jr., who is tarred and feathered by the right as a socialist communist pedophile.
But you know the reason
And
that
wait a
doesn't
minute,
work?
and wait a minute, and for all his
What
successes,
did Biden do to be called a pedophile?
and
Whick?
for all his successes, has been thwarted very often by a consistent Republican opposition that continues to act in bad faith and two moderate Democrats. So I'm kind of at a loss. You're basically, listen, if we
So-
just
so let me tell you
if
why this doesn't
Democratic
work
wait
against
a
Biden.
minute, if Democratic leadership was just more moderate in their rhetoric, not Joe Biden rhetoric, like not Joe Biden moderates, like even more moderate apparently, and the
Joe
right
Biden is a
could
moderate.
say
to be
what?
clear. Joe Biden is a moderate.
I agree,
know
but
this,
apparently
right?
not moderate enough, given that he doesn't have a
And moderate
60
and
seat.
centrist are different. You understand that too, right?
Okay, so do you think he's a centrist or
No.
no? Do you
But
think
he
he
is moderate.
do you think he personally is or
I can't.
legislators?
I don't know enough.
I
about
think
his
he personally is, but I
right?
think his administration has been relatively progressive. Anyway, sidebar. So Joe Biden, who is seen as again a centrist and a moderate by a lot of people, he's a Washington establishment figure for decades, 40 years, and campaigned as a centrist and a moderate. He's being tarred and feathered as a socialist communist, and he doesn't enjoy a 60 or 65 seat Senate majority. So to me, what you're saying is he's got to be even more moderate and more centrist in his rhetoric, or the leadership of the
because
Democratic
he's
Party.
being affected by rhetoric that is not his, and is through again. We're talking. The question, the hypothetical is if everyone operated like me. If everyone operated with the messaging of Joe Biden, I think it would be better too. But everyone does not.
Fair
right?
enough. I think you give a disproportionate weight to what you see as the leftist extremes.
I'm just observing what the effect is having. Right?
I would love to see the data for it, because what I see, here's what I see. I see relatively fringe elements of the left who have very little, if any, state power, and they're being weaponized by the right, because the right's really good at weaponizing cherry-picked examples of nobodies with no power and blowing it wildly out of proportion. For example,
and
late
then
last year,
have centrists get outraged about that.
So for example, Whick,
that.
you want to talk, I remember this is a beautiful example. Aretha Franklin's Natural Woman. This went on Fox News. Nancy Mace, a sitting Republican who's pitched as a moderate. There was headlines all over Fox News and other conservative places. It was on Twitter as well, that Natural Woman was transphobic, according to trans activists. Turns out the account which said it was A, a satirical account, and B, had 2,000 followers. And it got blown up by Ben Shapiro, Fox News, Nancy Mace, and others, because it turns out the right hyper focuses on these niche bullshit issues which has no relevance to state power, and they're able to campaign.
Okay. A couple things. So first of all, $10 from Origin of Language to say, Whick, you're referring to the colloquial understanding of violence, but everyone works with a distinct language game. And when the meaning of words clash, you must strive to reach a common ground.
God, I feel so much more centrist now all of a sudden that Origin's the one who sent that.
But I want to address your point here, because I think it plays into my point, right? If we had better message control, they would have a much less ammo, much less of these examples to point out. And I think this does matter. So I hear all the time, right, that the left has no state power and therefore is powerless. I don't think that's true. While I agree with you, in America they have very little legislative power. That's not the only power structure or institution of power that matters and that drives conversation. I think that the left has a lot of cultural power in America. I think that it has not as much as maybe the right wing would like to pretend it does, but it's not nothing, right? And they control a lot of these levers of power.
Really, which ones?
And that's why canceling works.
Name one. Name one.
Hollywood is a good one.
The left controls Hollywood. What are you talking about?
What do you mean control? You do not think that
levers
the left,
of power, Wick.
right,
We're
has,
being very.
has
Hang on, you're gonna be this
Mermaid.
pedantic
President
about.
Sunday. There
Wait.
was a black mermaid recently.
Wait,
No,
are
but-
you saying that the left has no cultural power or relevance? in
Wick,
America?
Wick, hang on, Ted, wait, I want to respond to this. Wick, has it ever occurred to
Do
you?
they not have
No, wait,
cultural-
Jesus Christ, let me talk for 5 goddamn seconds. Wick, do you not think, in light of what Ted was just saying about the right hyperfixating on non-issue bugbears that are alarming to like a general reactionary population, do you not think that maybe the corporations that are making these movies aren't also doing so to capitalize on that? Do you think, Wick, Disney censors out their gay scenes for a Chinese audience? They are not leftists. They don't give a shit. They're doing this because the discourse around it makes them money.
Yes, I agree with
So
that.
the left doesn't hold those levers of power.
Wait, do you think leftists don't? Okay,
What are you referring to?
do you moderate your message differently, right, to different audiences?
No. I only have
No?
one audience.
Okay. If you are not doing that, if you are not moderating your message to different audiences, then you're
Wait, hang on. Sorry. Just so I understand you correctly. So you think Disney is moderating out gay people from their movies to a Chinese audience because they're playing the long game?
No. I think that they're capitalists too. But again, you're picking one aspect of these things. But again, I want to ask
Well,
you
what
one
remains,
question.
Wick?
Do you think, and it's very, very
What's
simple
left?
question, right?
No, but what
Do you
one
think
aspect?
that
Show
the
me another
left
one, please.
has no institutional cultural power within Hollywood? Yes or no?
I have no idea. I'm just curious if you can point to one that's real. One, Wick. Find me one.
Was Hollywood,
agnostic.
I'm standing by Hollywood.
So
I'm
But
I'm
what?
doubling
But
down.
give me an
You
example.
mentioned-
One
Academia.
company, Disney, that in a different non-American thing, right? Non-American.
No, but Wick, if they're value, Wick, hang on.
Sunday,
Wait.
You didn't know that there's a leftist orthodoxy on college campuses?
Oh, for fuck.
I can't see his face, but he probably just tipped over in his chair.
I'm physically dying at the moment.
But do you not think the left has
We all are,
academic
actually.
institutional power?
They don't, Wick. More
They
more
don't?
left wingers are
This-
kicked out of
this is
universities
just-
than right wingers, and when the
Do
right
you know
wingers,
what in-
hang on, wait, and when right wingers even just claim, without any evidence, that they've in some sense been dealt an unfair hand by not being taken as the gospel truth, they get to do a multi-million-dollar media tour afterwards. That doesn't happen with leftists. They just go away because
The
some
right
donor
has
didn't
some
like them advocating against
institutional
oil or
power as
something.
Well, they are not powerless, right? They
They
do
have
have
some?
in some media.
No, but you're
sectors
talking about
are
levers.
absolutely
Wick.
right-controlled.
You said they
But
have
to
levers
act
of
as if
power
there
in
are
Hollywood.
No leftist
Wick.
cultural centers of power.
Wick,
is
hang on. Wait.
mind-blowingly dumb.
Wick. You said they have levers of power in Hollywood. I want you to point to one that isn't simply a company generating controversy because that sells for the same reason that the right is successful doing it.
But this is this kind of thing you're going to retreat to back.
But I'm not
every
retreating. I'm asking you for
single
one
example I
example
give
of what
you-
you're
Stop.
claiming.
Every single example I give you, you're going to.
But you haven't given me
this,
one.
right? That it's just capitalism.
But you haven't
That's
given
it.
me one.
Oh,
You
they're
just
just
claimed that
saying
they're
that-
no.
But
But
you
Wick,
use the word power. Power means at least. So you might want to distinguish between by power, because I think
Yeah.
President Sunday is referring to
well, I'm just very perplexed. I'm just very perplexed
Maybe
given
they
how
influence.
Katie, please. I'm just very perplexed given how pedantic we're being
President
about the
Sunday,
definition
you
of
keep
violence.
shushing me.
I don't care.
I'll get pissy.
Oh,
I swear to God.
You haven't.
kick
She's
me,
not
do
been
it.
pissy yet, folks.
Do it,
This
kick
is
me,
I
I
have
dare
not
you.
been
Make my day.
Absence of
Okay?
piss.
Okay,
I've
Wick.
not been pissy.
Wick, I don't understand how it can be so pedantic about the definition of violence, but you're perfectly willing to say they have levers of power in Hollywood without being able to produce a single concrete example.
What do you mean? Again, okay.
That's what I'm asking. What do you
single
mean, Whick?
Concrete example of
Yes.
what I mean about Hollywood
Having the levers of power.
Okay, so for example, right, in America, I don't care about Hollywood in China or Hollywood in other.
Okay, but you
countries. We're
should, because the
talking
reason. Do you
American
know why?
political
Do you know
power
why I
and American
specify what they do in
political
China? Do you know why I specify that?
power. Because it supports your position.
No. I'm specifying China because it suggests that because they're willing to compromise on basically every single leftist issue, that's not the motivating factor.
Let me give you well, this isn't Hollywood, but let's do the news media. Let's do CNN, right? Do you think that the CNN, right, isn't or at least maybe not recently, right, but at least before during the Trump years, right? During the Trump
Whick.
years, you don't think that they exercised some of their framing ability to paint Trump in a bad light?
The definition of leftism is not being anti-Trump. Richard Spencer is anti-Trump.
So I'll throw him a bone here. So
Ugh.
again, for all intents and purposes, and this is where the split's going to be, he's going to say that some of these capitalist enterprises, either for sincere ideological reasons or for capitalistic profit motivation, will do things that at least conversationally, situationally benefit or are more proximate to the left. Be it
Yes,
leftist
he's
culture
falling
war
into the culture war
Right.
propaganda.
This is where I throw him a bone, because I think even with the bone being thrown, he still loses.
Do you not think that there is a cultural struggle in America right now?
So now,
Do you
wait
think
a minute,
that the culture in America
Wait,
is
that's not what I said.
strictly right
Wait,
or
wait, that's
strictly
not what
left?
I said. Wait,
Wick.
that's not what I said.
Yeah, it's not what she said. But
Yeah,
here's
you're
the other
laughing
thing.
at this idea that I'm buying into the cultural war rhetoric. I'm
No.
asking you,
No,
do you not think that there is a war going on
Wick, she
about
thinks that-
American culture?
She
No,
thinks, or at
that's
least
not what
I
I'm
think, that you are overemphasizing the importance, thus creating a self-fulfilling prophecy, which, by the way, helps out right-wingers. They can't compete on matters of substantive policy because their record sucks, so they play niche culture war issues. CNN's, well, we'll use CNN as an example.
Absolutely matters. Yes,
It matters considerably.
I think you're downplaying it.
You are downplaying it.
No, I think you're downplaying it. I think you're downplaying the effect that these cultural issues have on legislation, on how people vote.
Wick,
on
can
how
I ask you
people-
something?
I
where
agree
people
with
put
you.
their money.
Wick,
right?
can I ask you
You mind
something?
if I engage with this a bit?
Sure.
Uh,
Ted, by
sorry,
the way,
Ted.
don't answer to pondering anymore. I'm Ted.
So
I
I
have had the name
apologize,
changed.
Ted.
How about
I
Ted?
Senator.
Okay, wait. I think it was really interesting. I actually agree with you that there's significant to the cultural divide that is happening. I do agree with you on that. That's not what I meant when I said that you're falling into the culture war propaganda stuff. Listen, you said specifically, you've said it multiple times, that there's leverages of power, and you say institutional power. Okay, institutional power and leverages of power is not the same as sometimes stuff happen that looks progressive or woke, and also some people who are leftist or woke work at a corporation, so they might affect the corporation. That's not what institutional means. Not exclusive.
Thank you, August. I appreciate that.
Is an
If you want to
institution
say
in
there's
America.
influence, that's fine. But if you're going to talk about institutional power of the left, I think President Sunday was correct in pinning you down on that.
Okay.
Not in a homoerotic way.
Well,
Actually,
why not,
yes.
Right. But I just I think that media, right? Both news media as well as entertainment media. I think it is an institution.
I
in
agree.
America.
Which one
I
do you
think
think
this
has
is
the
an
advantage?
institution.
I know. I agree. I'll own it because we'll
But
fight
it's a
on this and
lever
I'll
of
win.
power, I think is the question.
It's an institution.
And there are levers of power within that institution, right?
Right.
That individuals within that institution, also groups in that institution, can lean on to make changes. Yes or no? Do you agree
Yes.
with me or disagree with me?
Yes. I
Okay.
think that the media is an institution, and I think that it does exercise influence to one degree over another over legislation. I agree. Now my question to you is, who do you think holds the power in media?
In most media, right? In most media, I think the left holds the power.
When you
Not
say
all
most media, please clarify. I'm just
Sure.
curious.
Hollywood.
I'm sorry. I
much
should
of
clarify.
the
I apologize. Actually, wait a minute.
And
by
thank you for the
media-
great ice beans. 4 people. Excellent. Thank you.
I'm sorry. When
Turn
you
it up.
say media, you were mentioning CNN earlier. So do you distinguish, I assume, news media from?
Yes, there are different types of media,
Okay.
right? Hollywood is one type of media, right? I would say Hollywood. I use that as a short.
I do still want clarification on why he thinks Hollywood is controlled by the left in any respect.
Because occasionally they do things that gesture towards a more progressive.
But is
agenda,
that like are we saying that the mere presence of a black Little Mermaid is evidence of
There's
the left
also
controlling Hollywood?
sneakers on a green
Oh,
M&M.
thank you
Wait a
for
minute.
great Sansol. Sansol, welcome. Oh, Sansol. Also, Katie Sansol is begging to get on.
There's
if you
also-
I
want-
know,
there's-
but
they're
Sansol
also
doesn't treat me
green.
like a human being, so no.
They're
But I don't treat
sneakers
Sansol
on
like a
green
human being, so it
M&Ms.
kind of balances out, Katie.
There are
Right,
also
that's true.
sneakers on green M&Ms, Mr. President. It's not just a black mermaid. There was also a black elf in the Lord of the Rings TV
Wait,
show
do
that came
you
out.
not think that in general, over the last 30 years, the general entertainment industry in Hollywood has put out more progressive messages than they have before?
I think it's a
Yes.
little bit.
In
Hang on. I think it's a little bit telling, Whick, if you're going to claim that the left has some control over Hollywood, if the evidence of it is simply that we've managed to catch up to like the 70s in terms of representation.
It's not represent. I'm not talking about representation here. I don't care about the black Aragorn or the black elf. I don't care about that shit. I'm talking about the messaging, right?
But the
That's
messaging is literally just the presence of black people in these movies. There are no leftist shows.
Okay,
Whick.
no step on stake for $10 says honest question for these guys.
What are you referring to?
Do they think that conservatives feel as if they are culturally under attack only because they are told to do so by talking heads, or do they honestly feel this way?
I can think of one vaguely left-wing show that had like a fairly mainstream audience in the last 5 years.
The Wire,
and that's The
I'll give you,
Expanse.
that's off the top of my head. The Wire is pretty progressive.
Great show, one of the greatest shows of all time. The
Yeah. Oh
Expanse
no,
is
I'll give you that one. That's fair.
The Expanse is another one.
But the news media, I kind of
Without even thinking about it, I gave you two.
Well, I think what President Sunday's point is, media used to be incredibly conservative. Now it's less so.
Game over,
Ergo,
folks.
you conclude it's progressive. What if it's just
It
less
is more
conservative?
progressive.
It's more progressive than it is.
trending
What if it's not
towards
even less
progressive.
conservative? What if it's just less racist? Like, what if the politics are identical,
That is-
and the only
that
thing that's
is
changed
one
is
of
that there are
the
black
side
people in it?
effects of being more
Like, do you
progressive.
do you watch
In
Carnival
general,
Row? Do you watch Carnival Row?
I've seen Carnival Row.
Yeah,
it's a show.
yeah. Well,
Everyone
season
who's
two
progressive.
season two
That's
kind of
not a big
season
factor.
2 kind of sucks though, because the whole thing devolves into a complex, nuanced narrative of how communism bad.
Communism is bad. I don't think that's a progressive. I think it's.
But it does so by portraying it as, strictly speaking, a Leninist slave labor colony that's imperializing the place from the first movie, and the positive endpoint is that everything returns to exactly where it was at the beginning of the show. There's not a leftist message in here.
So it's been a minute since I finished Carnival Row.
That's literally what happens.
Right? But yes, they do. The communists are some of the bad guys, right? in
But
that
they're
show?
only the bad guys because they make them into irrational, frothing at the mouth serial killers and mass murderers, because that's what
Okay.
happened
so
in
can
the
I-
Soviet
so
Union in the popular
that is
imagination.
communism, to be clear, right?
That's not
President,
though.
check the
So,
chat, please.
so as far
Why?
while he's doing that, as far as the media thing goes, because you mentioned CNN earlier, and I guess I was focusing more on the news media,
Yeah, bring him in.
or political media outside of like the entertainment industry. Do you think that the news media is, like in the political commentary media, you think that is more in the hands of the left than the right?
it depends. This one is a struggle. This is where the war is coming in, because there's a struggle between two entities, right? The left and the progressives, the extreme left and progressives are fighting against the extreme right in this. And I think this bears out in the more extreme, like you see Fox News getting more extreme, but you also see a lot of the more left-leaning organizations also get more extreme, right? I think there's a reciprocal radicalization going on.
I fundamentally disagree. This is, and it was good. I'm glad you said that, because it helps me conceptualize on how we look at things differently. You and I have a fundamentally wildly different interpretation of the media. So Fox News is by far, in terms of the mainstream media, by far the overperformer. It is the king, the titan. It is ideologically right-leaning in a way that CNN, the New York Times, MSNBC are not ideologically left-leaning. Jon Stewart said this famously 10 years ago to Chris Wallace's face, and he brought the receipts. The New York Times, CNN, AP, Reuters all of them, with the possible exception of MSNBC, they're lazy and sensationalist. You can look on CNN, you can look at the New York Times. There's a reason that the New York Times pitch bot, which makes fun of the New York Times propensity to both sides an issue, is so popular. Because they'll throw Biden under the bus and Democrats under the bus far more likely than Fox News will throw Republicans under the bus. So not only is Fox News bigger and more successful, it's much more ideologically bent and driven. CNN, not the case. They just did.
Well, I think that's indicative. So I think you're right. First of all, $4 from Trib to say Hollywood is left leaning, more so liberal. So for president, not left, but for most, yes, left.
Mhm.
Okay.
Bless you for bringing up a single example.
Okay, but right with like again, the
You
reason.
guys can tell Sanso I sent him a link.
Okay, Sanso, you got a link, buddy. Come on in. Okay, you know, moderation rising, because I'm not a centrist, but I will say this: I am a moderate. I do
That's
fight against
worse.
extremism. I am a moderate. I think these are some like you guys are mistaking centrism for moderate.
Can
Right,
you
I
go
think
back to
they're
the news
fundamentally
thing
different.
example, because
Yes,
you were on the
I
verge of
can.
something?
Exactly. So I think you're right in that the Fox News specifically has a very clear ideological bent, right? Whereas CNN and these other news sites do not have that same clear ideological bent. But I think that is a artifact of leftism, not, as President Sunday said, not being a coherent thing, whereas the conservative right absolutely
Wait,
is.
so now it's not a
Don't you
coherent thing that has the levers of power that we can't identify a single instance of.
So don't you
Again,
think
you're
that
going
that's a
to-
meaningful distinction when you talk about these things? This is what I mean. Like, when we talk about institutions and whether or not the left has institutional power, I want to be very clear about this. My position is not that the left doesn't have any institutional power, but just that its fringe or cringe elements are underrepresented in terms of the levers of power compared to the right's cringe and fringe. Marjorie Taylor Greene is a sitting member of Congress. There is not a single fucking analog to her in the Democratic Party. That is a vast, meaningful, highly important substantive difference that needs to exude from your pores every time you
Vote
talk
about it.
politics. Every time.
There are a few of them in the Republican
Yes,
Party.
exactly.
Oh my God.
There's not just a well of both sides. No, it's wildly asymmetrical. Wildly.
You not
The
think okay?
crazy-
So while
Wait a minute,
Marjorie
hang on, I'm
Taylor
sorry, I
Greene
just
is, no,
gotta
stop. Marjorie Taylor Greene is absolutely in a league of her own. Let's be clear.
Well, no, she's not.
right?
Lauren Boebert, Matt Gaetz, that was Katie's point.
But
Actually,
do
no.
you not think?
She's typical.
You not
She's
think-
just atypically embarrassing for them. That's the difference.
When you have, right, there are, and again, like, I'm not the person to ask for this because I think that most of the people in the Democratic Party are pretty reasonable. But if you asked a Republican, right, or a conservative-leaning person, who are the left's crazies, they would give you names.
But they
have
would
reasons
also
I
call
think they're
people on the
wrong.
left. They would also call those people on the left liberals because they have no organ for distinguishing any of these categories.
And also they wouldn't. And by the way, we don't even have to talk about the crazies on the right. We can talk about the so-called moderates. Nancy Mace is a great example. She's just my go-to example because she's seen as the moderate it girl of the Republican Party. Votes in line with her party the vast majority of the time, even when she calls them out, even when she says, hey, supporting restrictive abortion laws in South Carolina, it's ridiculous. Republicans are being far too regressive when it comes to the Republican Party, but she will vote in line with them. She just said today that Joe Biden, who is a president who can't find his own pants, outsmarted the Republican Party in the debt ceiling negotiations, which means she says she will not vote for the deal cut by McCarthy and Biden. Even their moderates are nuts to one extent or another.
What? Why? Okay. So again, if your definition of nuts is sometimes, right, I disagree with the Democrats and I don't like the legislation that they put
Okay,
forward.
but no. The definition of nuts is that this is oriented around wanting to disappear entire categories of people.
Does Nancy Mace? I confess, I'm not familiar enough with Nancy Mace to
You'll
say
torture
whether or
yourself,
not
don't
she
do it.
supports anti-trans legislation. Does she support anti-trans legislation?
Rhetorically, no. Rhetorically, she opposes it. Where she votes, that remains to be seen because she votes
Okay,
in
so
line
she
with her
has not yet made her stance clear.
Who's
It's
the
She has
non-transphobic
made her
Republican
stance clear.
candidate, Whick?
So again, right? I think putting Nancy
I almost
Mace-
tried to
this
answer
is a
that in
fun
good
trick.
faith. I was
this
like,
is
wait,
a fun
no,
trick
yeah.
that happens, right? So you point out Marjorie Taylor Greene, crazy, right? We all agree she's crazy. But that's not the only crazy they have. They have Nancy Mays, and to equate these two
Buddy,
things.
Wait a minute. I didn't
When we
equate
talk
them.
about, when I say, hey, right, I don't think we should dehumanize the right,
I
right?
didn't equate
and then
them.
you say, well, we don't dehumanize the
Okay.
right. But then you do shit like this.
I didn't equate them. To clarify, I just said
feels like
she's,
you're
she's
equating
still,
them.
She
You may
is
not
still
have intended
nuts.
to do,
She is
but
still
you are
nuts.
absolutely equating these
I
two
just don't
people.
think she's as nuts. I think there are degrees of nuts. You can have 5 nuts. You can have 4 nuts. There's degrees of separation. I don't think Nancy Mace is as crazy as Marjorie Taylor Greene or Lauren Boebert, Paul Gosar, Matt Gaetz, etc. and so forth. But yeah, in terms of how she votes, yeah. In terms of what she says when it's convenient, she's also the one who thinks that
voting for the debt ceiling doesn't make her nuts.
Yes, absolutely, it
have a
does. Do
fundamentally
you understand
disagreement.
what we would
I
do
don't
if we
think
defaulted?
An argument about the debt ceiling makes you fundamentally good, righteous, or bad and evil. I don't think these are. It's a policy thing. It's a pragmatic.
I just said she's not moderate. She's not moderate for not voting for a McCarthy and Biden debt ceiling negotiation. Which, if we don't raise the debt ceiling, or if Biden doesn't invoke the 14th Amendment or whatever by the X date, the United States might default. 8 million people may lose their jobs. It could crater 401ks and savings account, cripple the global economy. Yeah, it's nuts, Whick. It's nuts. Hey, what's up, Sansa?
Okay, how's it going? Okay, I only have 15 minutes extra to talk to you guys, so just letting you guys know that up front. So, okay, I want to ask just like a couple of questions because the
14 minutes left.
Yeah, of course. Okay, so what is your definition of institution? Do you guys mean by institution only governmental like bodies, or do
No.
you mean like, you know, an institution such as the media could be an institution? I know that fuck, I don't know. I remember.
So
your
the
old name.
distinction would be
Decide.
Sonsol.
Decide.
The
You
distinction
can
would be
call me Ted Cruz,
between
though, it's fine.
the distinction would be between formal and informal institutions.
Sure, but like when we're talking about like the levers of power in a country, I would assume that we would also imagine that cultural power fits into that somehow, right?
Yeah, of course it does.
Okay, so why did everyone act incredulous when
Because he
Whick
wasn't
said-
providing an example.
Well, he said Hollywood. He said
Yeah, but he
media.
didn't. He didn't justify that. So it's not enough to just say, well, they have levers in Hollywood. You have to show where and how, right? And he couldn't do it.
But do you disagree with it?
Yes.
Okay, so why would you disagree with it? Do you
I
think
don't
the left has-
have to justify a negative statement to his unfounded postulation that the left has the levers of power in Hollywood. It doesn't follow. He hasn't provided an argument for me to refute.
And we can do.
Okay, so the argument is
I'm
that
making
what-
a prediction. I'm making a prophecy that every one of these examples will be not enough because you'll find some weird reason why it's not enough.
Well, I mean, you've given yourself an excellent cope for when your arguments
That is
suck.
a counter argument. That's the whole point of a counter argument.
Is it though? Right? Like it will. Okay, I'll be more
Wait,
specific.
Sonsel's
in my
still only got
prophecy.
15
It will
minutes.
all involve capitalism.
Go ahead, Sonsel. Sorry, buddy.
Yeah, so I guess like when you're asking for a specific example, you're asking for an example of like a specific media company.
I want you to show. Here's what I want you to show me. Okay, I want you to show me a leftist motivated agent that is able to push a button that says yes or no on something. Demonstrate it. If you can't, then the statement that the left has levers of power in Hollywood is literally untrue.
I don't think that we disagree on what it means to have like institutional power in that case. Then, I think that like when we're talking about cultural power, we're not going to be talking about like, and also number one, is this entire thing trying to convert Whick to socialism?
Yes.
No,
Yes.
I'm not a socialist.
Stalinism in particular.
I'm
Okay,
not
I
a socialist.
need to be
I'm
like-
asking you.
Welcome, centrist brother. Not a socialist. That must mean you're a centrist.
I'm Ted
I mean,
Cruz.
that's
What are you
what-
talking about?
That's kind of what I'm getting out of this,
Yeah.
but I just want to make sure so that I know what like the correct response is here. Are we talking specifically? We're trying to make Whick into a socialist,
Into a
or are we-
communist.
Into a communist. Okay. Well, number one, I don't think that's going to happen. Number two, I think that your bar for saying that there is institutional power in something is so high that there can never be anything that would satisfy the
They said
requirement.
lever of power, I think specifically.
Well, no. I'm curious. Who can push a button on the right media wing that would say yay or nay to a thing? Who can push a button?
Yeah, give me an
Right?
example of that, so that I know what I can give as an example on the left. What is like a lever of power culturally that the right
Are we talking
has?
the Koch
Murdoch.
brothers
Murdoch.
versus George Soros? What are we doing here?
Wait, I'm sorry. What was Katie saying? I didn't understand her.
I was saying Murdoch. Murdoch?
Rupert Murdoch.
Wait,
Murdoch.
that's a
Murdoch.
person. That's not an action.
Well, no, I thought you asked for like a person on the right who could push a button
can
No,
within
press
the
a
like
institution.
some like example of like what
Of them
what button they're
pushing that
pressing that
button.
would give them power that you would say is institutional power. What is this thing?
I would say if I was going to help Katie out with the Murdoch example would be like Fox News's coverage during the 2020 election cycle about like election insecurities and whatnot. That came from like a top-down executive influence where they wanted to put their hands on the scale for the Republicans and President Trump so as to avoid losing their audience. And so they pushed from the top down their talent and their producers and their writers to lean into election denialism.
And we can't say that the left was also from the top down saying like we're going to push back against these things, like at
Can you
They
give
CNN
a
or
specific
MSNBC?
example? I mean, that's what President Sunday's like. Can you give an example analogous to that then?
Sure, I don't know who the CEO or MSNBC's like CEO is, but we're talking about like them pushing back against this idea for.
Well, look,
I would
so
assume.
the example that Ted Cruz gave is like, so we have now leaked text messages of like, pretty much, I think, drawing a much more direct link of how like they're pushing the button and influencing, let's say,
But
the
you don't think
culture.
MSNBC has similar things?
I'm kind of blown away. Hang on, with respect, Sansel, I think you should come up with a different example because to me, if your idea of the left exercising influence of power is them not allowing their talent to deny baseless election denialism.
We're talking
then-
about cultural power and narratives right now. If you want to all of a sudden say like, oh well, they're just like pushing for the right thing, so it doesn't actually count as
Well, no,
using institutional power. Well, then we can do that, and you guys.
I
Can
just
like,
don't think
auto
that
win
that's-
the debate.
but hang
I
because
on.
don't
you guys
think
are
that's an
saying that
inherently
there's an-
leftist. With
That's-
respect, I don't think that that's an inherently leftist position that Donald Trump lost the election fair and square. I just think that's a recitation of fact.
There are people
okay,
on the
so-
Sansol. There are
so-
people. There are people on the right who have that exact same stance.
exact stance of which one?
There are
Sorry.
people on the right who acknowledge
There's
that Donald Trump
quite
lost the
a
election.
bit. Most
Yes.
people on the right, I would say. I don't know for sure. though.
Amen.
I don't know about most people.
I just- that's what I mean. I think
unless
I
those
don't-
polls have changed.
But
Those
yeah,
motherfuckers
I
are
don't
still
know if
gonna
it's
change.
Could be
most.
wrong on that. Yeah.
I just don't think it's an inherently leftist position. It's almost like saying a right earther pushing again a flat Earth, or a right winger pushing a flat Earth conspiracy theory, and somebody else saying no, the Earth is round. Ha ha, leftist. No, I don't. I
Look,
just don't think that's how it works.
look,
Okay, Spicy Cannon Fodder for 1,000 bits says Whick and Sansol versus two of the other for a 2-on-2 debate sometime. We can set that up.
Yeah,
Oh,
that would
yeah.
probably be better if we want.
The man wants to die. I'm down. 2 weeks is my normal.
He
Okay,
won't
so
survive.
2 weeks from now, we'll have
minutes.
Sunday, and you can choose your ally and me and Sansol. We'll have to think of a topic, but we can get it.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
So go ahead, Sansel.
So again, like we're saying like, okay, so you guys' bar for saying that there's like institutional power for these for like media is like solely in the hands of the right for some reason.
No,
is
not
because
solely in the
they're-
hands of the right. Nobody's
Okay.
saying that. Not
so
not
you're
in the
saying
hands
that
of
the left
leftists.
does?
Yeah. So you're like 2 hours late to the conversation. So we
That's
did
why I'm, like,
distinguish.
trying to, like,
Yes,
clarify
so we
everything.
did- we
I'm
did
not trying to straw man
distinguish.
you guys.
Yes. So
Yeah.
one of the positions that everybody, I think everybody actually, including Whick on the panel, is going to agree with, is that it's not simply the case that the world is divided between right and left. The right is very particular. The left is basically only defined by its opposition to the right, and otherwise is a vast constellation of different and often opposing positions. So it's not simply the case that if the media is not controlled by the left, therefore it's controlled by the right. It may be controlled to the advantage of the right. I think there's an argument for that. But
Well, by that definition, I'm opposed to the right. So I'm a leftist by that definition.
I mean, you think you are. That's. But
no,
what you're
gay,
missing here?
so-
Well, this is the thing, because the argument was not whether or not Whick was nominally opposed to the right. The question was whether he was in fact opposed to the right, whether what he was doing actually opposed to the right, or whether it abetted them in some way. They argue it abets them. I think it's basically neutral, but I don't think he opposes the right in a serious way. I think he opposes certain elements of the right, certainly some of the worst ones. Credit to him for that.
Okay, so I guess like the like big question for me is like if we're going to say that the left has like no institutional power, like I feel like if we were to look at basically any popular I'm sorry, any popular media right now, if we were to look at any like popular narrative that takes off, we're going to be
There will be
looking
black
at
people in
things
it.
that are
There
popular.
will be gay people in it. Is that where you're going with this? That's what you got?
Well, I think that like broadly progressive messages are broadly.
Do you think
being pushed in a
the
lot of
progressive
media.
message is having black people in a movie?
Not having black people in a movie. I didn't say
Again, I
that
gave you two
whatsoever.
examples. The
Instead of
Wire.
white
Do we not
people
think
in a
The Wire-
movie,
Well,
President
let
Sunday, they're
Sansel,
instead
let
of
Sansel
white
give
people.
an example. Hang on, he might have been teeing up an example right there. Go ahead, Sansel.
Okay, so like we can look at like most TV shows. Like for example, like my girlfriend made me watch Grey's Anatomy. If you watch Grey's Anatomy, there's a marked shift right before COVID hit, where there's a lot of like social justice warrior like messages in there about like yay women, yay black people. Like they're pushing a lot of like the like broad progressive messages, right?
Hey, black.
Yeah, I mean, like, listen, it's like, listen, these are liberals, okay? They're gonna be like-
Sansol,
They're doing.
look at
what?
me, Sansol. Never change.
I can't look at you.
Never,
Listen,
never
I'm
change.
I'm not saying that that's the way that I would do things, but that's the way that like
That's
fucking like
social
cringe
justice
libs do.
now, being yay
So you would
women and
agree
yay
that
black
on the right,
people?
it's
I'm sorry, you
nay
guys are
black
acting
people.
I'm sorry, you guys are acting incredulous, right? But you guys would say that like the liberal way of engaging with like social justice would be like the most cringy, like just like, oh yeah, we love black people type shit.
But
right?
we
You're
aren't
not gonna
talking about
think
we
that-
love black people. We're talking about the existence of them there, or being like. What are you referring to, Sansol? Be
I'm talking about
particular.
these exact messages that they are pushing. They are pushing like pro-feminist, pro-feminist.
We'll
stuff.
demonstrate.
They are
Show me what comes to mind.
Do I have to give you the fucking episode off
Okay,
the
let me
fucking
give
top?
you
Give me-
an
give me
example.
one.
Can you not fucking
This
believe
is
me?
Sansel.
Example,
Sansel wants to
literally
watch
everything-
Grey's
Disco
Anatomy.
Elysium.
You
That's
guys
why
have
he's
fucking
hating
wrong.
here.
I mean,
Okay,
I could
I'll give
point
another
to one.
example.
How about
Okay,
how
I'm not
about
Googling this.
how about-
It's on top of my
How
head.
about-
If
oh,
you
no,
want
how
a
about-
media that pushed a very
I just
left-wing
want to know
message?
what do you want
Disco
like, at this
Elysium.
point. I'm trying to like. I'm trying
Disco
to find out, like,
Elysium's an
they-
indie video game, Wick.
It's a huge cultural impact, though.
Oh my god.
Wait. So hang on. Wait. The Wick.
Most people don't know what Disco
Disco
Elysium
Elysium
is. Okay,
had
most people
huge
don't know what that is.
influence
Okay,
on
Everyone here is what Disco Elysium, but Wick.
I'm talking about most
No,
people
but
don't-
having like control of the levers of power doesn't mean you've published media that gets popular within
That
a
is
certain
one
crowd.
of the ways you exercise
Yes,
that
it is
control.
absolutely-
But that's not
Absolutely.
exercising
Yes.
control. That's just
Yes, it is.
publishing
That's
media.
Yes, it is.
Capitalism, Wick.
Publishing
Control of
pieces
what,
of
Wick?
media that
Oh, okay.
promote
So
a message
publishing. Wait,
is
hold on. Wait. So
absolutely
publishing
Control
the way
of
that
what?
was pushing for Donald
and
Trump to
enforce-
overturn the 2020 election.
Enforce
We're just
what? What
publishing
does
media
Disco
out there.
Elysium enforce?
They were just
Again.
listen. All they were doing was publishing information that Donald Trump won the election in 2020. So, like, simply publishing media can never be part of control. So your previous argument doesn't stand at all.
The power and control is the fact that money was inserted into it to bias what they were publishing. That is the power that is being used.
Oh, holy
in
shit!
that
You
insertion.
finally.
Oh,
like, said
actually,
something that,
actually,
like, changes the
actually,
entire argument that you
actually,
made earlier.
I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure.
that's not a-
Hang on.
So we can say, like,
Okay,
look at, like,
Sansol,
George
just
Soros,
shut up for a
like,
second. You're
unironically,
useless.
who
So
pushes for,
here's
like, plenty.
here.
Hold on,
Katie,
I
can
don't
you
have
mute
that
him for a
much time.
second?
I just want to like put out a
Just
couple
for a
of
sec.
points. All right. I only have like.
I know, but this is
Four
actually
more-
really important to the last
The new
point.
episode of Grey's Anatomy is
Okay,
coming on.
wait.
Sansel.
Hang on.
Back to it.
Hang on. Wait. Just so you know, Wick, Disco Elysium IP was actually bought out from the developers. It is now being turned into a series. They don't actually control Jack. Just so you know.
Okay, so
Sansel, what's up, buddy?
okay, so like if we're gonna talk about like people like influencing media and culture through money, then we can look at people who are like George Soros, who like I don't know if you guys, I don't know if Wick saw my DM earlier when you guys were talking about, oh well, if someone like were to speak out against oil companies, then that would be like a really bad thing for that person because the levers of power might like unperson them or whatever the fuck example you wanted to give, right? Like George Soros funds like tons of left-wing organizations every single year, every single time there's a major thing. And I don't think this is a bad thing. I'm not saying this is a conspiracy. He like literally does this because he sees it as a philanthropic thing that he can do. We can look at basically
we want to
any.
exercise it.
Okay,
We
so-
can look at any fucking billionaire
so
or
right.
like millionaire in fucking Hollywood.
So
Oh, no, we're talking about Hollywood again,
okay. So
that
leftist,
donates
so
to-
left control over the levers of power in the media is when Black Mermaid.
No.
Yeah, I don't think that you're like engaging in good faith like whatsoever. If that's what
Okay.
you took out of what I just said, like there's almost no point in.
I wasn't
fucking
even
talking
listening to you.
I
about
want
this.
to have this. Okay, now
Yeah,
this is.
well, why the
How
fuck
about this? How about this?
even
I want this
respond?
to be an official debate between me and Sansol and Sunday and a person of your choosing. You get to pick your
Ted,
warrior, right?
Ted,
I want to
we're
talk about
nominating Ted.
institutional powers.
And I'm
Okay.
saying I'm also agreeing with the Ted nomination, and I'm not
Okay.
taking no for
Then
an
Who is-
answer.
in
Who is
2
Ted?
weeks, you want 2 weeks from now. So 2 weeks from
The
today.
lesser Ted.
The lesser Ted. Okay.
2.0.
2 weeks from
2.0?
today, me and
Wow. I
Sansol
think we'd all agree that I am the greater Ted
will
here.
have specific examples for you and a specific argument for you, and you can have a
Thank
specific
God.
argument. And to be clear, I want to make crystal clear my position here is that the left has significant, not entire, not total, not even dominant in all spaces, but significant cultural institutional power in America.
Where?
We can litigate that. I'm going to think
Okay,
on
we'll
my
talk
position
about
with
it
respect to
during
that
the-
as well. All I'm
Yeah,
saying,
we'll close after this. Yeah.
Sure.
So-
I'm gonna have to jet here, but
before
Wait,
you go,
Ted wanted
tell
to
us,
talk.
are you going to watch Grey's Anatomy right now?
no, I haven't watched Grey's Anatomy.
Would you
in-
tell me?
Good night, everybody.
Huh?
Cheerio.
Yes,
you
I
tell
would.
me?
I'm not that.
Thank you,
I'm
Katie.
not like
Thank you,
embarrassed
Whick.
about it. Who
Thank you,
fucking
Ted.
cares?
I'm just
Just
messing
to
with you, buddy.
point
It's
out,
just-
Yeah,
Grey's
okay,
Anatomy
okay.
actually has very anti-feminist arcs because the way that Meredith
Back in
engages
fucking
with her husband-
2008.
it is. I argue that it's more anti-feminist than feminist. I also don't necessarily.
That's your
agree
third
with-
panel, Wick. That's your
I don't.
3
I'm
weeks
not
from today.
going to. I
Hey,
refuse
hold on, I'm
to
so-
watch
I'm
Grey's
super-
Anatomy
hold
at
on, I'm
all.
just
I
super
refuse.
curious. Wait,
Look,
Katie,
I'm not
what
going
was
to
the
say it 'cause
anti-feminist
it'd be
part?
tossed,
What
but
about
there
her
are things I'd
husband?
rather
I,
do.
to be
Because she
fair,
was
I
too
did
simple for her
watch.
husband.
I did watch until like season
$5 from
12.
Origin of Language
So,
to say, Wick,
I don't
I'd
know
like to
how
talk
many
to you this
seasons
about
I'm
what is liberal
behind.
versus leftist before this debate. Sure, buddy, DM me. Okay, I know we need to
Oh
close
my
out. I know we
God.
need to go. I need to go.
Yeah, okay,
But
I just-
Katie, you wanna
Can I? Because I need to leave
console?
first.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, so like I don't know like in what world you guys think that like it sounds like you guys think that the left is like a completely underdog thing still that has like no power culturally, institutionally, like whatsoever. I mean like half of our conversations are predicated upon like leftist activism.
I know it's
got-
sort of like how once upon a time, like other groups with very little power would be the center of conspiratorial talking points, right?
Yeah,
we
I
were
don't-
talking
I
about
don't know.
Hollywood extensively. I was waiting for the other shoe to drop the entire conversation. No offense, Wick.
I know. I was waiting for
We
it.
all
I was
got,
like, is
like,
Wick
I
gonna
don't
do
think-
this?
I don't
we
think
can
the fact
absolutely
that-
talk about academia.
There's
There's
just,
a
like,
lot
no
of
Don't do it,
reason,
Wick.
like-
Just leave this one. Just trust me, okay?
I-
Don't-
there's just,
don't
like,
even
no
joke, just leave
reason to talk about like anything. Like I thought that it would be like
Sansa.
fun to talk to Sunday about this because I think that he's smart, but like he
Sansa.
actually has like no like care in the
I'd
world
like
to
to-
actually engage
I'd
with
like
it.
to engage in some good faith with what you said, if you don't mind.
Okay, it has to be like super quick. Okay.
Yeah. So a big thing that we were talking about is how we're arguing that like activism and people on Twitter and like finding TikToks and shit does not equate institutional power. That's a much higher degree. So like again, when you guys do this debate, I'll be really interested. But it's just like it's not proportional the way that institutional power is on the right compared to what's on the left in terms of actual power.
No,
I think that if you're, I
institutional
think that if you're talking about like socialists, then yeah, like socialists have no institutional power because socialists will never work together in an effective enough way for them to gain.
Can I ask,
electoral power?
Can I ask
Like-
one question before I go? I have to go now, but can I ask one question to Wick?
Yeah, I'll leave right after you.
Who has more institutional power in Hollywood, Wick? Leftists or the Jews?
The Jews don't have institutions.
I mean, she's running the whole stream. Their tentacles are everywhere.
They don't. Again, right? I
Have a good night,
understand
everybody.
that
Take care.
Some people use the left as a dog
I'm out of
whistle.
here.
What is this? I got a bunch of stuff here. I should probably close that. Oh, that was painful. Oh boy. All right, I need to grab food and then we'll press on to. Oh, how long is this thing? Give me a sec. Hour and 36 minutes, dear God. Well, at least I can game during that one. All right, I'm going to grab some protein and then we will press on. Oh boy. What is your pain level on a scale of 1 to 10? There's not enough digits in there. It's like in Chernobyl, okay? It's like, you know, it's not showing an alarming level of Rontin, but is that what it's called? Rontin? I can't remember. But it's also like that's as high as the scale goes. Okay, I'll be right back. We'll be back in a few minutes. If you like the stream, share the stream. And I gotta I've got a Patreon if you want to help support improving my audio, because I am going to be picking up an XL mic this week. What I'm going to probably do, just because it's going to be $1,000 once the smoke clears, is I'm going to get the Scarlet set, and then I'm going to upgrade to the one that Demon Mama has actually in the next month. So spread out the expense a little bit. But this is a great time to support the channel if you want to, and if you like what I do. So those are the ways to do it. I'll be right back. back. Before I press on, I'm going to read super chats quickly, because I missed a couple during that panel. That god-awful panel. Okay. Daedalus Media, thank you for the $5. Why is Whick being held to a higher standard than actual professional media? Media usually holds the left to a higher standard. Yeah, I agree. That was one of the points that I was making. I also don't regard him as not being on the left, so it seemed a bit strange. Thank you, Themic, for the 10 months. And thank you, Themic, for the $5. To be honest, I tell these people to blow it out their tailpipe if I were Whick. I don't know how this doesn't come off as patronizing. It definitely did for the first half. I've been a little bit frustrated with Katie along those lines. Dietrich, thank you for the $10. I don't know what this is referring to, but you said, oh no, where is the gun gone to? Thank you, Not Brooks, for the membership. Oh, I see. Oh, I see what you're saying. Dietrich, thank you again for the $10. I didn't mean to shame you out of playing Bolt Gun. I want to see you fight the final boss in it, Mr. President. I wasn't shamed out of it. It's weird, and I have trouble actually getting it onto the screen, on my main screen, while I'm also on StreamYard. So the StreamYard thing was throwing a wrench in it. Brooks for the $4.99, thank you very much. World leaders not killed, quote-unquote, as principle is reactionary. The principle supports all power structures. Contingency matters. In a specific sense, so I'd want to be very careful about that. It's not that wanting world leaders killed is the opposite of reactionary. It's the fetishization of the world leader's position as sort of sacrosanct. It's the thing you must not interfere with. That gets into that territory. Not per skin, thanks for the $1.99. Thanks, Altfax for the $2. I did ask about that, so there we go. And Som Noir for the $5. He's center left, referring to Whick, because it's what gets people on his panel. There's a monetary incentive, that's it and all. I don't know if I'd assent to that necessarily. Like, there definitely is a monetary incentive. I don't know though that it's not both. Like, he's not incentivized rather to critique that position. And that seems to be enough for him to feel secure in it. But I don't think it's insincere. I think it is sincere. I think it's just poorly conceived. Thank you, Brooks for the $4.99. To Whick, left means caring. It is otherwise empty. Mean versus nice. Suburban. Okay. You're not wrong, but August Gardner for the $1.99. Ask Whick about horseshoe theory. No. And Somnor, thank you for the membership again. 6 months. Themic, $5. Wick's assumption is that any change would be weakening these institutions rather than patching the bugs that the right has been exploiting. I don't know about that. See, I think Whick thinks of institutions as being maintained essentially on an honor system. And so the running assumption is once you have that honor system broken, I mean, there's something to that, but once you have that honor system broken, then the group with the most guns and the willingness to use them just all of a sudden storms. It's a little bit more complicated than that. I think it's tricky because the problem with arguing with positions like Wick's is that he's combined civility politics with a conservative liberalism, and so you have to run against the fact that even the critique of the position is going to be interpreted by him as a violation of norms that are essential for the running of society. And perversely, that's actually going to be justification for their sanction. Rick Sai for the $5. Thank you very much. Being sick sucks, so I have no idea what's happening right now, but the System Shock remake is very good considering I backed it in 2017. I'm impressed it actually came out, but I've been reading the reviews, and apparently it's actually a pretty faithful remake, and it's pretty solid. I was convinced this year, honestly, that it was just never going to materialize, that it was going to just die. Feature creep happened. They switched engines, which I think objectively was very unwise. The project very well could have failed to materialize. But it seems to have been decent. I will probably get that when I have my game allowance for next month. This month was Bolt Gun and what was the other thing? No, I can't remember. August Gardner for the $19.99. Thank you very much. A treat for the president for having patience for the politically illiterate. Thank you very much. Ted was okay. I didn't hear much of Corey. The problem for $7.99, the left is when there is a woman or a black person. That's correct. The left is when black elves. Dietrich, thank you for the continued membership. And Shai Hulud, thank you very, very much for the US 99 for leftist-controlled Hollywood. Thank you so much, Shai Hulud. May his passing cleanse the world. All right. The pollen is really getting to me, guys, so I'm probably not going to go through the whole thing. But apparently, Demon Mama had a controversial take on atheist advocacy in present day. So we're going to dig into that a little bit. And I'll have to see about getting that debate set up, because apparently that's happening. So, me and Ted versus, not Ted, he's not Ted. Me and, wait, is his name Ted? I thought it was started with a J, his name. Hang on. Shoot. Where is he? Pondering Politics. What's his name again? God damn it. Okay, well, anyways, me and Pondering Politics versus Son, Sol, and Whick. That's the most unfair matchup in human history, but I guess. Right, Demon Mama. So this is Atheism Sucks Right Now by Demon Mama, and the thumbnail says Smug Losers, so this is going to be good. And because it's on here, I can play Bolt Gun while I watch this. Haha, hee hee, ho ho. Oh right, okay, so I need to use the right screen one for that. So I go. Boom, there we go. I love having two screens. Makes things so much easier. Warhammer bolt gun. Sorry I'm yawning so much. I've not been sleeping with the pollen. It has been unreal. Okay. So, let's turn the volume down a tiny bit. Oh, we're already very low. Okay, that'll be fine. This is Atheism Sucks Right Now, which is, of course, heresy, as you all know. But let's see.
My lovely, lovely imps. Today, we have to talk about atheism. Today, we have to talk about Christianity. And today, we have to talk about religion. There has been a lot of hubbub around Christianity, atheism, and religion. And we're going to talk about it a little bit because I have a lot of thoughts about these subjects. I should open this for all of my new viewers, of which there are many. My channel has been growing a lot in recent days. I say this frequently, so I'm sorry for the regulars who hear this all the time. But I grew up, I literally just said it a few minutes ago, but that was, you know, if you're watching this segment, now I'm rambling. Anyway, point is, I grew up in a extreme Christian cult. I spent somewhere around 12 years with my family in this cult of my young life. And I left the cult around the age of 20 or so was when I left the cult, and I was still a Christian for a little while, and then I stopped being a Christian entirely. And oh, I know, there's the shocker. I don't believe in God. Oh my God, the great reveal. I accidentally revealed it too early. I don't believe in God. I generally consider myself an atheist these days. But I have a very, very strong background in Christianity. When I was a Christian, I was a very devout Christian. So, Christians who love to kind of say, oh, you must not have been very faithful if you're no longer a Christian. No, I was very faithful. I have read the Bible.
There seems to be kind of a correlation with that, by the way. I think I've noticed this, certainly with myself. A lot of the people who... It's usually the most serious ones that tend to break away. It's the ones that actually take it very, very seriously. And I think it's because they're the ones who are invested in actually interrogating it. They feel like a personal threat to what they care about when it's challenged. And so they actually take efforts, to see it through. Sometimes. Maybe there's some... I guess rather to say that there's some selection bias there. In that the kinds of people who will become ex-Christians are going to be people who have valued their Christianity enough to actually feel the hit when somebody makes a compelling critique against it.
To cover 3 to 4 times in my life. I'm not sure about the exact number because there were times where I jumped around. But I used to have a daily ritual of always reading at least one chapter of the Bible. Often I would read more. I would constantly go to Bible studies and church services. At the peak of our involvement in the cult, my family would go to church 3 times a week. Once on Wednesday and twice on Sunday, which is a lot of time to spend at church every single week. In fact, one of the earliest ways that I even started getting distance from the cult before I even left the cult was in my junior and senior year of high school. I started having to ask my parents to let me not go to church as much because otherwise I wouldn't be able to make it into college because I couldn't keep up with the amount of school work going to church 3 times a week. So once I became, a little bit more serious about school, I was able to sort of get a special exception to stay home and work on homework while my family went to church. I knew the Bible and still do very, very, very well. Now, obviously, the Bible is an enormous book, so nobody can know everything about the Bible, but I know it very, very well. I also have spent a lot of time in my life thinking about religion, thinking about Christianity, and thinking about the nature of belief. When I became an atheist, it was a very logical process. But it wasn't really a single incident. There was a single incident in which I realized I no longer believed in God anymore, which was I had been arguing with a friend of mine about religion for hours upon hours upon hours. And this was a series of arguments that I'd had with this friend over the course of months. We always would argue about religion. We'd go back and forth. We had very different views on religion. And I had been challenged on the idea that might makes right, which basically, if I can take you through this argument, the argument that ultimately ended my faith, was my friend had asked me whether I believed that morality predated God, or rather God had created morality. And of course, being a Christian, I stated that I believed that God, being omnipotent and all-knowing and infinite, that God had created morality. And then my friend said, well, if that's true, if God created morality, then God is responsible for the entire state of the world. And also, you are ultimately arguing that the only thing that matters with regard to morality is power. Because if morality does not pre-exist God, then God is simply an entity that uses his power to impose his own morality on everyone else.
I mean, look. That's true, though. That's kind of true. The things that factor in as things meriting moral consideration are going to be established and ingrained in your understanding as such by power, inevitably. That doesn't mean you kneel to raw force, but that's not a holistic understanding of power. I don't know. Like it. Granted, she was like young and unsophisticated at this point in her life. She's just giving an explanation of how she came to her current position, but it's one of those things like the theodicy as a genre of philosophy exists for a reason.
Ultimately, you simply believe that might equals right. And that might sound like a simple argument, but at the time, it stuck in me. Like, it bothered me to an unbelievable degree, such that I actually kind of had to take a break from the conversation. And I've told this story before, but I'll tell it again. I actually went to the bathroom so I could take a break from the conversation. And while I was pissing, I realized that I no longer believed in God. That actually, the things that I was arguing for, I simply didn't believe in. I didn't believe that might makes right. I don't believe that that God just being powerful makes that morality. I don't believe that a powerful entity should just be able to impose its will and that we all have to deal with that. And I never could go back from that moment. That moment was like the switch.
I mean, it's not to nitpick this. I know this isn't the point of the video. It bugs me a little bit. It just doesn't strike me as a massive issue. When you're talking about something which in your worldview is responsible for scaffolding things like morality, definitionally it's sort of outside of that. When you're talking about something like it's not a matter of relative power to human beings. It's not a matter of might makes right. Rather, morality is or what we tend to call now morality, is on a certain Christian views, reflective of a kind of ingrained order in the world that it's designed with. It's not God is right because powerful. It's because what we call the moral or the good is something on this understanding that's inherent to the universe, such that there is a right way for human beings to be that results in flourishing, and there's a wrong way that results in some kind of degeneration. That's the argument. It's not that like if God makes an arbitrary command, he's right because he has a bigger stick than you do. That's not the argument. I'm not aware of any theological position that asserts this either. So that's strange.
Now, of course, there were a lot of other like moments that led up to that. There were a lot of other moments of deep introspection that led to me coming to that conclusion. I had a really pivotal emotional moment with regard to this was before I had accepted that I was trans. This was, I was still quite young, but I had a friend who was gay, and I really, really cared about this friend. And when she came out to me, she trusted me. Even though I was a Christian, she trusted me enough to come out to me and tell me her story. And I couldn't find it in me to be anything but happy. All I could feel was happiness, even though I knew in my heart that my book, that my belief system should have led me to condemn her. That was a very important emotional moment that contributed to ultimately my loss of faith. That moment was huge, but I didn't lose my faith in that moment. I just decided in that moment that I must have misinterpreted the books of the Bible, that my belief must be wrong. So it was the beginning of doubt in my belief system.
Okay, so here's how I would understand this. So it seems like what happened was Demon Mama assigned her own sense, her own feels about right and wrong, a kind of authority where they are in some sense oriented towards they are the thing by which she interprets the rightness or wrongness of her religious convictions. Seems trivial, but like it's actually a little bit important. So if those stop meshing with those, then all of a sudden what was sort of unexamined and kind of taken for granted, well, now all of a sudden that's like, oh, hang on a sec, do I have actual reasons to believe this stuff? I sort of assumed based on the inherent right feeling of this culture that I was enmeshed in that this must be true. But now all of a sudden my feelings are not corresponding to them. As I mature, I'm noticing that this is actually causing a lot of friction, and I don't have really strong reasons to go against my feelings on the matter. That seems to be sort of what's going on here, and that's fair.
And Christians, the Christian church, I shouldn't say all Christians, but the Christian church that I grew up in was very concerned about doubt.
Pippa says, people strong in faith are more likely to learn that God, whatever, is not as powerful as they had hoped. Lasting faith incorporates doubt. I'm not necessarily sure that's true. In fact, I think, like in my experience, often it actually attends an increased perception of God's power, such that that's the thing that makes certain elements of doctrine sort of implausible. Because things like the necessity of certain features of the world that create problems, well, those are gone, right? If God's responsible for creating all of the harm in the world, stuff like that, well, he's taken the expensive route to the good. I don't remember if I've actually played that Hudson conversation on stream before, but I should probably go over it, because it's a really good primer for how arguments about theodicies tend to go. Theodicies are basically justifications of God and the presence of evil. I think the first one was by Leibniz, but I'm not an expert on this. So that's generally my experience. And often people who do that like retain some level of respect for the concept, even if they no longer believe in a particular instantiation, or like the God retains a placeholder in their philosophy through some other means. In like a Spinozist vein, it could be an equivalent to the foundation of being on some level.
And they always framed doubt as a sort of external factor, that Satan was the one who infused doubt, that the world, the secular darkness of satanic energy was what infused doubt. But for me, that wasn't the experience I ended up having. It wasn't an external thing that happened. It was me. My friend came out to me, and I couldn't find it in myself to condemn her. It wasn't something external. It was internal.
Because you are weak.
And
you
likewise,
are weak and unworthy.
when I finally lost my faith, when I finally, like, the faith switch turned off because I realized that my worldview was not workable, that my worldview was wrong, that I didn't believe in the worldview that I said that I did. That was also internal. It was never anything external, no matter how much I tried to.
Yeah. Okay. So I read her correctly. That's fine. Like here's the thing: you don't need like a robust philosophical justification to hold on to a stance that you don't have a robust philosophical justification, or to get rid of a stance that you already don't have a robust philosophical justification for holding. So that's perfectly fair.
Introspect, or dig into it. I say all of this because atheism became a very important topic for me after I left the church, after I left my faith. Also, I should be clear, I left the church before I actually left Christianity. Sometime between the moment that I talked about where the gay friend came out to me and the moment that I stopped believing, I had already begun to formulate criticisms of the church that I grew up in, quite large ones. Let me tell another story. I know I usually reserve these types of stories for my longer form things, but I think this is important. I went to a church service at another church that was affiliated with the church that I grew up in, a big church. And when I went there, they had, I noticed, because I was in film school at the time, I went to film school. I never finished film school, but I went to film school. I noticed that they had cameras that cumulatively cost millions of dollars. They were throwing a Christian-themed Christmas festival.
This is good. I agree with this. This is actually a really... there's a difference between, like, removing yourself from Christian theism and removing yourself from Christianity. This is actually a really strong critique of Christian culture, where they will say, hey, we're all about this book that tells you to love your neighbor and to give all you have to the poor. And then they'll sell you the Bible printed in gold. It's a joke.
This festival included them shipping in snow during hot weather so that people could ski for Jesus and a bunch of other weird things like that. And while I was sitting there, I couldn't...
Bound in gold, not printed in gold. Like, $1,000 Bibles exist. It's like, what are you doing? And, like, people laugh this off, but, like, the whole, hey, look at these massive cathedrals we have. Do you realize how many resources go into something like that? And like, oh, well, we had to pay people to build it. That's not enough. They could have been building something useful for people. They could have built more, if you want to go that route. They could have built more smaller, more modest chapels that don't represent an embarrassment of riches once you have to proselytize to people who lack things that you could have provided them with and chose not to give God a big sparkly red cape. It's a little fucked up, actually.
Focus on the Bible study because
hey,
all I could think about was the fact that while they were asking for people to donate to help starving children, which they do all the time, and as they were asking people to donate money, that all around me was millions of dollars of excess being used purely to generate profit for the church. The church didn't need $1 million cameras. It could have easily presented its teachings to just as many people with cheaper cameras, but they had $1 million cameras nonetheless.
It would have been presenting its teachings better with cheaper cameras. In fact, I think one of the best propaganda efforts the increasingly failing churches could make to re-increase their relevance would be to dismantle their buildings brick by brick, sell every single bit of resources they have, and go the way of every other media group that functions currently, and proselytize on a budget, and actually do like help people. That's one thing actually. The LDS Church, it's Mormonism. They're onto something a little bit. Like, they do the exact same thing, and they're as corrupt as any church, but they're smart. So one of the things that they will do is, in order to proselytize, they will keep their Mormon belief to the chest. There's actually like formal strategy that they print out and disseminate to Mormon missionaries. They will become friendly with neighboring families and people like that, and they will help them. And then that's how they will bring them in. Having a big sparkly building and having like these big expensive media productions while people can't afford to own homes or to buy food or to buy decent food even, or to raise families or things like that. That's a slap in the face. It's a slap in the face not only of the people they're preaching to, but of the very principle they're supposedly espousing. They're insisting that no, we need these super expensive buildings, when supposedly God was able to go about in rags on foot. Like, it's comical. And yet you'll see like arguments where like Catholic reactionary types will spend. Am I? What kind of gun is this? Am I in Terminator armor? I think I'm in Terminator armor. Okay. Where they'll actually have like arguments about the need for like massive cathedrals and like massive cultural works and all of this pomp, and it's farcical. It really is just farcical.
The church didn't need a multi-million-dollar stage system, but they had it. The church didn't need to ship in snow. So I had already begun to doubt the church and had left this church before I even lost my faith. Yeah, skiing for Jesus. I'm not kidding you. That's like, it was something along those lines. I don't know if it was literally called skiing for Jesus, but it was something like that. It was a Christian-themed winter festival thing. In hot weather. The church that I was visiting was in Florida. It was in a hot state. So they shipped in snow. Yes, they literally shipped in snow. People are saying this sounds like the Righteous Gemstones. The Righteous Gemstones pulls from, I don't know if the Righteous Gemstones pulls from the church I grew up in, but they pull from people who are in the same movement. The church I was in is very much in the same spirit as the prosperity doctrine movement. Basically the type of people, you know, the preachers who preach about private jets, and they're like, you gotta give us, they have her golden watches and all that shit. Anyway, let's not get too far off, okay? So anyway, all of this is to say that I've given an incredible amount of thought to religion, and I've had a huge amount of my life has been devoted to experiences involving religion, spirituality, belief in God. And when I left the church and when I left Christianity, when I stopped believing, I became an atheist. And I've been an atheist ever since. Since that time, I have always been an atheist. And I have sort of touched other atheist adjacent beliefs, though I have generally always considered myself an agnostic atheist, which that has been sort of the prevailing position that I've held, the prevailing label that I've been comfortable with since I left the church. Basically, the idea is atheism doesn't make any positive claims about the universe, but simply says that you don't believe, and you believe that there's reason, there is evidence to say that the claims of certain religions aren't necessarily true, but that of course you're not really particularly interested in proving the non-existence of God, because that's not particularly scientifically possible. You can't prove a negative in that way. Oh yeah, somebody was just asking about a saying that my church used to have.
I mean, you could.
Rioma asked.
You could if there was something contradictory in the concept. That's how you go about that. There are ways to prove negatives, even in terms of like stuff like God. But I get what you mean. She makes sense.
Demon Mama, what was your church's saying about doubt being like a fort wall having a door? No, it was similar. It was an open mind is like a fortress with the front gates open. They were very anti the idea of an open mind. They believed it was a good thing to be closed-minded. And yes, doubt was a part of that, but it's actually generally it's a saying that goes against inquiry in general. It goes against curiosity in general. An open mind is like a fortress with the front gates open. Yeah. So
No.
yeah, that was a saying that was constantly repeated in my church. Constantly. Like I'm saying like they said it like often, very frequently. Yeah. That's a 40K quote. I think it's actually used by 40K because actual cults use that. They literally told you not to think for yourself. Yes, they were very bold about it. They would say, they would call knowledge that wasn't from the Bible the knowledge of man, the wisdom of man, meaning that it was useless. You should throw away the wisdom of man, and you should only get knowledge from the church, the teachings of the church, and the Bible itself. They were very, very solid about that belief. Atheism became very important to me. And after I left the church, I dove very deep into atheist thinkers. Some of the ones that everybody will recognize: the Christopher Hitchens, the Richard Dawkins. I even read 2 books by Sam Harris. This was before Sam Harris went like intellectual dark web. This was when he was just he mostly branded himself as like an atheist guy.
They were bad books, to be fair.
I used to watch Amazing Atheist. mostly I watched Matt Dillahunty and Zinnia Jones. If anybody remembers Zinnia Jones, those were two people who were very influential on me. I used to watch Rebecca Watson, all kinds of people, tons of people that I used to listen to, that I found had a lot of interesting things to say that were inspiring. Because at the time, of course, I was dealing with a two-front war with both the former church that I was involved with and my family who was still in the church. I had learned what it meant to be transgender, and I was trying to transition, which my family was not okay with, and I had stopped believing in Christianity, which my family also very strongly didn't believe in. So this atheist content of all the types that it took, videos and books and everything that podcasts and all that stuff, was very, very important to me. And very valuable to me. And in some ways, I even, you know what? I'll even go so far as to admit this. I was a Reddit atheist for a while. I spent time on Reddit. I posted on the Atheism board. I found all their little memes funny and inspiring. It was very helpful to me, having left a highly abusive church. Blablato asks, did you watch the debate with Bill Nye and that creationist guy? I believe his name is Ken Ham. And
Ken
yes, I did watch that debate.
That was crazy.
Also, one of the most sort of infamous anti-evolution debaters actually came to my church multiple times, and I was personally I had a personal learning session with his name was Kent Hovind.
Yes,
He had a creationism theme park or something along those lines, and he came to my church, and actually we had a one-on-one conversation about the Bible together.
Unless I'm wrong. Ken Ham is the creationist theme park.
So, yeah.
But Kent Hovind is well known. He's been on
met him on multiple occasions, and like I said, had a one-on-one session with him. He's a really weird guy.
He's a bozo.
Yeah, he's a
abuses his wife and kid apparently.
And he also went to prison for massive tax fraud. But yeah.
Okay. Am I thinking of Kent Hovind? I don't care. He deserves it anyway.
Let's talk about some other things. Let's move this forward.
Someone confirm for me.
I don't want to just spend my time talking, because I'm going to be doing a video in the near future that's an update to my spiritual deconstruction. For those of you who are interested in my full story with the cult, I have a video up called Demon Mama's Spiritual Deconstruction. You can just search that video on YouTube. You'll find it very easily. And I'm going to be doing an updated version with a bunch of my new thoughts very soon. I've been working on it a lot in the background when I'm off stream. But let's keep talking about what I want to talk about today. Atheism has been very important to me. And one topic that has become repeatedly controversial, and also a topic that I have gone back and forth on, is the topic of anti-theism. Anti-theism basically being a principled stance. I'm going to try and frame this charitably.
Not unlike that disgusting greaseball uncle theism.
Any sort of claims about God or the supernatural or religious beliefs in general. Anti-theism is a pretty broad term, and people take it to mean a lot of different things, but I want to be as charitable as possible to the anti-theist position. I am not an anti-theist generally. However, before I
here we go. This is the part we're here
before I go too hard on anything or jump into anti-theism or explain why I'm not an anti-theist, I should be clear about something.
Just go all out.
Christianity in America, as a movement, Christianity is unfathomably toxic, and I genuinely believe that the American Christian movement, the conservative Christian movement, also sometimes referred to as Christian nationalism, sometimes referred to as Christian fundamentalism. This movement, I believe, is an actual danger to the planet. not just to America,
Oh, to the
not
planet.
just
I agree
to
with this, actually.
countless young people and families who are victimized by the horrible, horrible behavior of their religious leaders.
Here's something that's often touted as like a slight against atheists, that people who are embedded in like a religious institution or structure or whatever, they have better mental health outcomes than atheists do. But a major part of this is that they actually have zero investment in real things. So, impending climate disaster, that's okay. They'll be reincarnated in a theme park after they die anyways. Mass poverty, that's okay. What matters isn't that people are given like a basic standard of living. What matters is that they are told to say the secret password, and therefore they get into the theme park after they die. There's a total lack of investment in the actual world, while simultaneously that's used to make them entirely passive towards all of the ways in which they directly benefit from the deprivation of others or are active in that. Anyone who's had a Christian landlord knows that they are not going to be kinder than you for the bare sake that they believe Jesus Christ died for our sins. If anything, they might actually be more callous to you than a lot of other ones. It's really disturbing. In my humble opinion, I think one of the greatest enemies of actual, like, sincere Christian belief in present day is the notion of Christianity itself, because it acts as a cultural blank check for a whole bunch of people to just be completely awful and to give themselves total moral permission to be awful. Because what they do bad, that's covered. And they don't have to do anything good because the world's doomed anyways, and also saved anyways. It's a cheat. It's a cop-out. So of course, non-religious people are more stressed. They're actually trying to fucking do something in a lot of cases. Or they're not drunk to the effects of not doing something.
I actually think this movement needs to be fought against extremely hard. Like,
and by the way, like, when Nietzsche's talking about nihilism, he's not talking about the atheist who cares about things for reasons that derive from personal value, self-interest, and feeling. He's talking about precisely that. He's talking about the person who puts no stock into things that are actually real, who flat out treats the world as a done game that is of no consequence. And often that is precisely because of Christian belief. It doesn't infuse the world with meaning. It robs the world of meaning and acts quite literally as an anesthetic to the harshness of reality, which is not a benefit. That means they're not sensing the actual state that the world is in. They're not like getting they're not going to the poor and washing their feet and weeping at the state of mankind. They're doing the G.K. Chesterton thing, where there's just these jolly, rotund, happy people whose sole virtue is being smug and indifferent to awfulness. And you'll see this all the time. It's even in their fucking literature. So maybe I have it here. Let's see. Do I have my copy of that here? I'll have to go to the other room and grab it, but I will. Yeah, give me 1 sec, because this will be interesting. Actually, it bleeds over into Jordan Peterson stuff, too. 1 moment. And this also comes up in conservative and especially Christian conservative attitudes towards modern art, or leftist art, or critical art, or like different types of art that sort of try to comment upon like elements of perception, try to remark upon things or criticize things. This is William Lane Craig's Reasonable Faith. Christian books frequently look like this. They'll be white and pristine and ornate like a teacup. Trying to, in some sense, like, I don't know, enrobe them in some aesthetic of purity or something. Whereas like leftist books frequently, like critical books will be fucking ugly or jarring or things like that. This is numb to the actual state of the world. This is like the smuggest, most self-satisfied, most self-righteous aesthetic possible. It's just gross. Like, it's really gross. Oh, and case in point. Who do you think Peterson is appealing to?
The Christian nationalism movement is and I don't say this lightly at all, it is a fascist movement. It believes in asserting a Christian worldview on everyone else by force. They believe that America needs to be turned into a Christian nation by force, and they believe that God allows them to do that in a very Machiavellian sense. They do not have any reservations about what it will take for them to make America a Christian nation, even though there are so many people in America who don't believe in Christianity.
Case in point, people starving, if you're anti-abortionist, babies being murdered in mass, etc., etc. What's your priority? Almost all the material they print is about fighting atheists or fighting progressives or whatever. Like, they actually hate the teachings of the New Testament. They hate them, despise them more than many leftists do. A lot of leftists actually derive a lot of their principles from it. For God's sake, I mean, have you ever like, where do you think the title "Wretched of the Earth" comes from? That is not a thing that is of interest to a Christian nationalist. Like, it's boring. They want to win a culture war. They want all of society to be remodeled after some giant cathedral. That's what it's about. That's what it's about. It's colonialism with a wedding aesthetic. That's it.
Christianity. There are so many Christians in America who don't believe in that type of Christianity. I also believe that there are a lot of very, very problematic religions, and I do believe those religions should be mocked, should be debunked, should be taken apart. However, there's been some problems that I've had.
Okay, here we go.
With atheists
Heresy.
recently. With atheism, anti-theism recently, that really have been getting under my skin and have actually been making me pretty frustrated. Now, the first thing I'm going to say is that atheism has become incredibly cringe, okay? And I mean that in that's not just a personal judgment. That's just a general read. Atheism became very obnoxious. Blame this on social media, blame this on certain figures. But as many people who are aware of the atheist movement online especially, a lot of the atheist content creators on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, etc. ended up becoming far-right reactionaries, which is a really weird thing to do if your position starts criticizing far-right reactionaries, but then you become a far-right reactionary, just not, you don't like the Christian part, but otherwise you adopt all of their views. That did a pretty major damage to the public opinion of atheism. But also, atheism has another problem with a certain type of cringe that I think is really serious. And I want people to pay attention to what I'm saying here, especially if you're an atheist. And let me remind you again, I consider myself an atheist. I don't believe in God. I just can't. I don't believe there's a God. No, I've thought about religion and different religions ever since I, left Christianity, and I just don't. It doesn't happen in my brain. I'm not convinced. I've done all kinds of thought experiments. I've studied all kinds of religious texts since I left the church. None of it sticks. None of it matters to me. I just don't believe in God. And so I'm a pretty serious atheist. It's not like I didn't, explore other thoughts and other types of religions. I've done that pretty deeply. But there's this really big problem, okay, that atheism has, and it's smugness. It's cringe. It is the fact that atheists basically behave a lot like Christians, especially in America, in this very weird way, which is that basically a lot of people online, atheists online, who are outspoken, just listen to me for a second here.
No,
they are
heresy.
outspoken. They identify themselves
Exterminatus.
as atheists. They are loud about the label. They're not just atheists at all. They are very loud about it. But their loudness basically amounts to them going like this, going, "Ha! You believe in God? How foolish and stupid you are. Aha!" And now that's a very dramatic, I'm doing a cartoonish impression, but that's basically what it boils down to. It's a virtue signal. And these people, a lot of these, I see this all the time. I've been watching arguments because
I don't like this.
part of the reason why I'm talking about this, a very small reason why I'm talking about this, is that in some circles near me, some of the circles that I sort of associate with online, there has been somebody brought up a big topic of atheism, and a bunch of people had opinions on it, and I've been going through lots and lots of comments. I've been reading lots and lots of social media posts that have come of this discourse.
Stop.
I wanted to make a video, which is what I'm doing right now, that is not directly about the drama, but I want you to understand that it's informed by it. And I've seen an incredible amount of people who literally they don't have anything else. They take the time out of their day to be outspoken about atheism. They take the time out of their day to make comments about atheism, to identify as an atheist, to go out of their way to engage with conversations about atheism and religion, and all they have is smugness. They don't have anything else. Sometimes they don't even know the arguments that are good against a specific belief system. Like, one of the things that I see all the time is, this is very, very common with American atheists. But American atheists will argue with somebody who believes in a totally different religion than Christianity, but they will argue it only using arguments that fit for a very specific brand of Christianity. It's one of the most cringiest things I've ever seen in my entire life. Like, they'll be yelling at some Buddhist, or they'll be yelling at a pagan, and they'll literally just use arguments about sky daddies and stuff like
That's why people got mad at you, Demon Mama.
that. And it's just like, do you even know what you're doing? Like, do you know how cringe you're being? Like, it is a level of cringe that's unbelievable. But also, the smugness isn't actually helpful. It doesn't actually mean anything. And guess what? You're not actually morally superior just because you don't believe in God. The atheist movement online convinced a ton of stupid, half-witted idiots on the internet that they actually are morally superior beings just because they stopped believing in God. But guess what? You're not actually a better person just because you don't believe in God. You're not. It doesn't actually make you a better person. Tons of people don't believe in God and are giant pieces of shit. Now, there's tons of ways in which God belief can motivate people to be pieces of shit. But the idea that you would become an atheist only to behave as though your atheism alone enlightens you above other people, it's very religious. It's in fact, it's almost indistinguishable. It's almost like you took off your cross hat and then you put on an A hat, and then you bought all the A merchandise and you carry around the Hitchens book instead of the Bible, like you just changed religions from the religion that is called a religion to the religion that's not a religion. And I know that that's like an argument that a lot of theist people use, is like, oh, you've just accepted a new religion. But if the fucking boot fits, the boot fits. I've seen this so much. And again, I assure you, I have been plugged into the atheist world for a very long time. For over a decade of my life now, I have been an atheist and I have been very plugged into those spaces. And this type of behavior is more common now than it was even during the Reddit atheism movement. These atheists who believe that just because they figured out that they don't believe in God, that enlightens them as some sort of moral titan, it doesn't. In fact, the blistering confidence that you're a good person just because you don't believe in God or just because you don't believe in the supernatural is the exact thing, is one of the key pieces of the genetics that makes so many Christians and so many religious people vulnerable to becoming giant pieces of shit. It is a dogmatic belief. It is the dogmatic belief that some idea that you hold within yourself alone makes you a greater moral entity, and not doing the work to understand an ethical worldview or to come to a moral worldview or to have a vision of a better world. The idea that just, oh, I realize that God doesn't exist, that makes me good. I'm doing good now. It is pathetic. It's cringe. It's horrible. And it's
I'll say this. This is one thing that's really frustrated me, and it's actually one thing that was a severe... it's slowed my own transition from being right-wing and conservative. The additional attitude, not that you're good or better for not believing in God, but that this is some kind of intellectual achievement such that you have a position of intellectual robustness and authority to stand from. There is a disturbing correlation between people who avow a kind of militant atheism and a willingness to take a severe philosophical, intellectual, and other types of just generally intellectual poverty, to stretch that for as far as it can possibly go and much farther beyond. Like, one of the reasons why those old, like, William Lane Craig debates were such a big event was precisely because he was able to just trounce everybody, not because his arguments were solid, but because his opponents thought that because they weren't taking the position of religious delusion or something, they didn't have to plan or prepare or try. There was just an unearned sense of philosophical and rhetorical superiority, born out of sheer contempt for the position. And as a consequence of that, people who are actually really kooky and not philosophically sophisticated were able to foster the general impression that Christianity and Christians generally are just simply that much more philosophically robust than the myriad other alternative positions one could take. They did so much damage to our ability to communicate with each other. It's unreal. Richard Dawkins has been one of the biggest enemies of secularism in this century. Okay, how the hell do I jump up there?
Damnable, because it is no difference ultimately. It's not completely. It's not.
And I mean, like the Hitchens brothers. It was the Christian one that ended up being against Iraq. Like, that's just silly.
Completely the same as the way that a lot of Christians behave, but it's the same in a lot of ways. It's very, very close.
Okay, I need to figure out. I guess I.
So that's like one of the biggest things, is this cringe, this unbelievable cringe, this cringy behavior that is off-putting to people. It is alienating, but also it's just hypocritical. It's it goes against the idea that you're supposedly putting forward by basically demonstrating that actually no, God belief is not the thing that makes people behave poorly or have bad worldviews. And that's one of the reasons, by the way, that I'm not an anti-theist, because I don't actually think that God belief is the operating piece. I do believe that God belief can be a contributing factor, but I want to point something else out, which is that it's not just God belief. People do horrific things in the name of ideologies. People do horrific things in the name of products. You guys, have you guys not seen in the last few years the rise of fandom culture, the rise of stan culture? That these people aren't religious, they don't believe in God necessarily, but they are motivated by something that takes the shape of or the form of God. So this God belief in and of itself is not the thing that makes or damages the world. This is one of the reasons why I personally don't adhere to anti-theism, because I just don't think that there's an I don't think the argument holds that God belief is any worse than any other type of belief, or that God belief in and of itself is disqualifying of other is disqualifying of rationality or anything like that.
It's actually productive of rationality historically in a lot of cases. Not like as a necessary component, but like a lot of our philosophy, a lot of the stuff that actually drives us to leftism, and to progressive values and to secularism, that is downstream from insights that are themselves developments of humanist Christian philosophy, as well as earlier types of theistic philosophy, and of course the New Testament's influence as well. But I'm going to push back a little bit here. There's like a whole lot of conceptual issues with even casting the problem in this way with this language. People who are familiar with, who have been watching my channel for a little while and have seen a lot of my videos on the topic will know what some of those are. But the long and short of it, just pragmatically, just assuming what I take to be deemed as general political positions, because I think I largely share them. It may not be the case that on an individual level, the influence of Christian religion is any worse in terms of determining a person's actions and behaviors and advocacy than like any type of fetish that might be atheistic instead. Nonetheless, the culture around it, and its particular influence, and specifically European history, makes it peculiarly it's a very difficult word to say, peculiarly dangerous in terms of how it, oh, this is a cool place, oh, this is so cool, in terms of how it influences how we treat each other and our policy advocacy in present day. So I think there is a strong reason, or at the very least a very strong reason that I can see, for someone to adopt an anti-theistic position. This is so fucking cool. This is a sewer. How is the sewer level the best looking level? Oh damn, this is so good. Oh, I love this. They nailed the look of this game so much. They need to make a sequel to this. This is too good. Sorry, I was derailed. I think there are reasons to still hold an anti-theistic position. I'm not anti-theistic myself. Like, there are reasons why I don't think that's productive, but I don't think that... Hey, stop it! Stop it! Hey, what is this? What is this? Oh my god. I wanted to save these. I lost my train of thought. Where was I? Right. I don't think this line of argumentation is going to be compelling for somebody who is anti-theistic on pragmatic grounds. Like her point's true, but I think this is a slight overextension.
There's another thing that I really hate about atheists right now, and this is another common argument that I saw, which is, and this is also common with anti-theists that I've seen. Not all anti-theists, obviously, but a lot of anti-theists tend to bring this forward, which is that they don't actually understand what religion means for people, and they don't understand how people engage with religion. I'm going to take a moment to explain this. There are many people who do not believe in a supernatural God. And some of you in chat right now might scoff at that, or might be taken aback by that, and go, "Oh, what do you mean? What do you mean how could you believe in God and not have it be supernatural?" Well, as it turns out, if you weren't ignorant, if you took some time to actually dive into various beliefs on God and actually understand what you were grappling with, you would realize that actually I believe it's referred to as pantheism, is an incredibly common type of God belief. This is a belief system that was heavily associated.
Okay, I get what she's saying, but I think here as well, I think the key distinction is that it's simply not the case that every culture naively has an understanding of a non-corporeal realm in which things like gods and morals and stuff like that reside. Even in the Old Testament, God has very physical manifestations, and God is not depicted as being quote-unquote non-physical. God literally hovers over the surface of the waters in Genesis. And a lot of Christians today will tend to read that metaphorically, but there's no reason to think that like Hebrews in antiquity read it that way. And moreover, well, that's basically it. Now, with a pantheist approach, that actually comes closer to the sort of physical metaphysical divide where you have this external realm to the corporeal world, to the mundane world, where things reside. Because we nonetheless still think of, we think God in this sense at the level of the identity of the whole, and that identification is going to take place, at least conceptually, from the outside of the whole. That's sort of how that's sort of understood. So I think I don't know if pantheism is the way to go. I think also in addition, the word God itself has been used as a placeholder for a category that isn't really there. So when we talk about gods, we mean Yahweh or Allah or some like super being that precedes being itself in some weird way, like to the point where you can't even actually describe it except in very weird angles of attack, like that of Spinoza. Or it can also mean literally like a really strong dude who lives on a mountain and throws lightning bolts and turns into a goose or something and engages in crime.
Associated with Baruch Spinoza.
Wow! How smart cookie.
I believe is his name, Baruch Spinoza. I always forget his first name.
If it's not Baruch, don't fix it.
Right? I'm getting his first name right. Right? Yeah, Baruch Spinoza.
Wait. How the hell are you getting the Spinoza part? Like, how's that the part you're confused about? That's the most outrageous part of this video so far. Dear God. It's like saying, oh, who's this Georg Hegel guy? I know it's Georg. Is it Hegel? Like, come on.
Spinoza argued he was a believer in God, but his idea of God was a philosophical formulation. It was a definitional formulation that posited that God is existence itself, that God is all things. It is that God is the fundamental binding thing between all things. It is a non-supernatural belief. There is nothing supernatural about Spinoza's beliefs. And there are a ton of religious people who have religious practices, people who have beliefs that are non-supernatural, that were inspired by Spinoza's beliefs. It's very common among, there's a lot of, for example, there are a lot of atheist Jews
Hegel,
who have a non-supernatural view of the practices that they engage in. And it doesn't undermine the practices that they engage in. It doesn't undermine their religious beliefs. You just don't understand their religious beliefs. And it irritates me to no end how many atheists will encounter.
She's very on point here.
Another atheist. You know what I mean? A person who doesn't believe in a.
If you're mad at her for this section, if this is what people are mad about, you don't know what you're talking about. I'll just say that outright. She's very correct on this point.
Supernatural God, but believes in the value of certain types of religious practice and will treat them as though they are arguing with a Christian fundamentalist. And it's unbelievably cringe, unbelievably wasteful, and also just stupid and wrong. It is just flatly wrong and incorrect.
Ugh.
And on top of that, it also means that there are a lot of atheists who do not understand.
Oh, it's another arena. Damn it. I hate arenas.
How am I going to do this? This is going to be hard to structure. I want to make sure that this is structured clearly. So not only do they not understand that there are types of God belief that do not involve spiritual, or that do not involve supernatural invocation, but also that there are different types of there are different types of practice of religion, and that the practice of religion is different than a belief in the supernatural. So, for example, yoga. Okay? I'm going to use an example of yoga. And yoga has some problematic elements. There are a ton of yoga studios that are explicitly associated with cults. There are also a lot of yoga studios that are not.
That's why it takes so much more time to lift the X-wing
can be scientifically demonstrated to have a positive outlook, or to have a positive effect on people's health and mental well-being. Why is that? Well, because as it turns out, that practices which are not supernatural can actually have a huge positive effect on mental well-being, physical well-being, and all kinds of things. And a practice is separate from a supernatural claim. And yet tons of atheists will lump these things together.
Oh,
another example,
including, by the way, therapeutic affirmations of things that are fictional. That can also have therapeutic value and be good for you.
That's not yoga. That's not even controversial.
Like, that's what, it's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. That's what that is. It's not going to be okay. You're all going to die.
Is meditation. Meditation comes in many forms. Some forms of meditation are definitively invoking supernatural practices. Some forms of meditation involve saying that you are bending the spirit world around you, that you are invoking the spiritual world. And other forms of meditation are simply a method by which you can focus your mind, your breathing, your existence. And some of those are religious in nature. Some of the practices that you engage in involve doing things that seem odd, or that seem spiritual, or that are spiritual. And spiritual doesn't necessarily always mean supernatural either. For example,
well, I mean, for example, like the original words, like it referred to the breath that leaves the body. It wasn't referring to the supernatural. It didn't have a conception of the supernatural, the people who originated that terminology.
Let me give you an example of a spiritual but not supernatural meditative practice that is used by many theater performers and actors. There is a practice that is done by many actors to help their mental health that is called de-rolling. People have other terms, unrolling, all kinds of things like that. And basically the idea is that after you do a performance, when you're in the back rooms or when you're in your home or whatever, you have a ritual that you do in which you are taking off the role that you played on the stage or the role that you played on the screen. And this mental practice helps you separate yourself from the difficulties of that task. Because as it turns out, acting is a lot of work, And it can even be traumatizing, depending on the type of acting that you're doing. If you are acting in an artistic performance that asks a lot of you, like what if you're acting in a film that depicts war crimes or rape or things like that? It can be very important that you separate yourself mentally from that. There is no way to take off a role. A role isn't a real thing. It is a construct of our mind. And the ritual, which can be religious, the ritual of taking off the role is a purely mental and spiritual engagement that you do for your own well-being that can have positive effects. And yet it's not supernatural. But it is religious for some people. For some people, it's something they believe in and that they need for their well-being. It is important to them. Look at Heath Ledger, for example. Yeah, Heath Ledger, many people say that the amount of how hard he got into the role of the Joker and combined with the other things going on with his life was very taxing.
I want to see, what are we looking at in terms of the comments here? Let's see. Oh, there's idiots in her chat. I'm sick and tired of, so this alphabet person. I'm sick and tired of leftists making excuses for fascists and distract from fascism like this. Jesus Christ. Brain dead. Hey, here's something else too. Just being a leftist doesn't mean you have some grasp of the effects of rhetoric or of social action. Or of any kind of political action. Dumb. Dumb presumption.
Yeah, Jade Monkey says, I have to play an evil racist judge a lot on stage. Yeah, de-rolling might be pretty important from playing a evil character for something serious. So what's the difference between a craft and a religion? That's a very difficult question. But a lot of atheists won't even engage with it. They won't engage in the topic. They will outhandedly just scoff and say, you think that this, that, and the other supernatural thing? Stupid spiritualist. And there's another thing. This is the next thing that I want to talk about that is a problem that I have with atheists in the modern era that I think is really cringe, which is that atheists, and this is especially targeted, okay? I don't care if you're an atheist who's not talking about it or whatever, but this is for the atheists who go out of their way to engage in conversations about atheism, who are public about their atheism, who talk about it, who are passionate about it, of which there are a lot. You guys don't understand how religion actually operates and how it plugs into the rest of the world. And this is where I'm really gonna hit you guys hard. And I actually think that in some ways, this is not just damaging to the general like view of atheism, but to the world as a whole. Okay, listen very closely. Christians go to church for a reason. And the Christian movement consolidates the Christian movement I was talking about, the one you guys supposedly hate, the abusive one, the one that abused me and my family, okay? Those guys understand what people need to a certain degree. Now, they attach it to all kinds of other things. But these churches, excuse me, oh my goodness, had a hiccup there. These churches flourish in rural areas where people are isolated, where people are poor, where people don't have a whole lot of prospects. They offer community. They offer practice. They offer an anchor of meaning.
What they say, practice makes perfect.
The world in its current state severely struggles to give people any sense of meaning, okay? Our jobs are horrible. There's just been years and years of a brutal pandemic that left people isolated in so many ways, in which tons of people died, tons of family members died, and a lot of those people were not even able to mourn their family members regularly because of the risk of the disease, okay? Capitalism is consumer fixated and tells people that the only purpose that they have in life is to buy things and then die. There is a shocking amount of isolation among old people. There's a shocking amount of isolation among poor people. People feel lost.
Oh, there's
They
home
feel
in-
emotionally lost. They feel spiritually lost. They don't have anything to hold on to. They just feel like they're moving through a confusing, hurtful, painful world. And then religious people come along and promise them something. They promise them community. They promise them meaning. They promise them safety. And in exchange, they consolidate political power. And atheists, these people who go out of their way to talk about atheism, to smugly flex over all of the believers of all types that they flex over, do not understand this. They just don't. They don't get it. They don't understand what the religious extremists, not even just religious extremists, what any religious person can offer to a person who feels that way, which is a lot of people. And guess what? A lot of these atheists feel that way too, which is why they've made atheism their identity, because atheism gives them a sense of meaning, even though they use it stupidly, just like a whole bunch of the Christians do. A lot of these politically, and this is I have this biggest problem with lefty-leaning atheist types that I keep winnowing down, but the public atheists who consider themselves leftists and simply do not understand that all they're doing is scoffing. They're sitting on social media and they're scoffing while the world burns. While the world burns because they don't even understand why conservatives and conservative Christians and fundamentalists and Christian nationalists are able to win people over. Why hyper-conservative Muslim groups are able to win people over. And I don't mean win people over like in the battlefield of ideas. I mean why they're able to continue onward, why they're able to still grow their numbers despite the fact that they're detestable and they're miserable to be around. And the answer is because they offer people a sense of meaning in a world that is bereft of a lot of meaning. They offer people community in a world that has been systemically decommunized. Lefty atheists will talk about the removal of the third place. They'll talk about the removal of the public commons. They'll talk about how people don't have anywhere to go but work. They'll talk about how work is exploitative and isolating, and then they'll wonder why someone might cling to the abusive religion that their parents raised them in. Christians in America, one of the most I've been doing a ton of research lately because I wanted to see if it was still the same as when I was in the church. Because when I was in the church, one of the biggest ways in which the churches would grow was through the prison ministry. And the second biggest was through the rehab ministry. Christian churches, especially the extremist ones in
The third biggest was the Noah's Ark NES shooter game.
America, target prisons, and they target people who are trying to get out of drugs, because these are two types of people who are most likely to be lacking in community, to be people who have been isolated and hurting for a long period of time. They target them and they offer them the things that they need the most in their heart. A sense that it's going to be okay, that they're going to have a community around them, that there is a future for them. And they give it to them when no one else will. Or when it seems like no one else will. Where are the lefty atheists fixing that problem? Where are these outspoken, scoffing lefty atheists going and helping ensure that people leaving prison aren't just damned forever to be homeless?
Okay, what are her comments like? Who's responding to this? Leftist atheists are a minority who are already bashed enough as it is. The whole Twitter discussion devolved into just shaming left-leaning atheists, claiming they support residential schools. Some of them do. I'm sorry. Ugh.
To be miserable and alone. Where are all the lefty Reddit atheists scoffing on twitter.com, helping recovering addicts find a community, find a promise, find work?
Demon Mama, I am a Reddit atheist who's pro-prison abolition.
Job, a future, anything.
Oh,
Where are they?
Stop.
They're nowhere.
There we go.
Movement atheism failed, but all of the scoffing atheists on social media behaved like it succeeded.
Something bad
It didn't.
here.
Movement atheism it didn't work. It could have worked. It has risks. It could have worked, but it didn't. And now there's just a bunch of smug, scoffing, self-important atheists all over the place. Again, just tweeting while the world burns. Varnish Eater says, it's so hard to find resources if you're poor or homeless that aren't religious-based. Before I became a streamer, I went through a period of intense poverty. It wasn't the first time I've been very poor in my life. I have been very poor at multiple points in my life, and there have also been chapters of my life where I was doing okay. This is a chapter of my life where I'm doing okay.
Oh, I see. It's
Partially
all about
because
the
of
money,
this show.
isn't it?
Thank you all
All right.
who support me. This is a viewer-supported show.
And then we get the gist of it. Rio Flamel, thank you for the $5. Recently worked a job assisting the closing down of a union plant in NA. The local Communist Party didn't come to offer relief. The church did, though. Yeah. Ugh, don't get me started on communist parties in Canada.
I don't have sponsorships or anything like that. I just get viewer support. So thank you for supporting me. You make it possible for me to not be poor. But before I became a streamer, I was very poor. You want to know where I got the most of my food? From a Christian food bank. And the Christian food bank, they offered to pray with us. And we accepted. Even though I was an atheist, I accepted. I don't believe in God. I didn't believe in God. They didn't ask me to believe in God. But they were offering, and I mean they were offering a lot of food, okay? More food than I could get anywhere else. And you could go there every month and get a huge stack of food to last you the month. They would give you take-home pizzas. They would give you jars of peanut butter and soup and sodas and all kinds of stuff. And an old lady would kindly ask if she could pray for you. Where are all these smug movement atheists doing that type of shit? Well, they don't. They sit on the internet and they act like fucking liberals. They say you should vote for Biden and they say stupid, meaningless crap while people are fucking suffering. And while churches are pulling people in. Some of them very abusive. Isn't that just devastating?
Oh my god.
Isn't that just fucking harrowing? It literally makes me want to cry. Like I'm I'm sorry. I'm just thinking about that time of my life makes me fucking crazy emotional because we wouldn't have eaten if it wasn't for that.
If the church honestly just did that, it would be unimpeachable, even if its metaphysical claims were extremely tenuous. Its political opponents would have no ammunition, like none. And that also goes for us as well. Like if that's really what leftist organizations were primarily known for, it'd be incredibly powerful. We're too cool for that.
This is why I get so mad at atheists. This is why I get so fucking mad at these internet fucking posers, these smug comment warriors. They piss me off. And it's also why I get just so tired of this back and forth conversation around atheism. And also why I get so mad, this is a specific critique, why I get so mad at the weird position that atheism has on the left. The left, okay? There are a lot of people who act as though atheism is a fundamental part of leftism, who do make the left extremely toxic for people who have religious beliefs, even people who have non-supernatural religious beliefs, and they don't even understand it. I think it's a huge problem. I think it's a massive problem. Like, I think it's a systemic level problem with the left that I think that the left is going to have to grapple with, because the far right is brutal in its politics, but it's material in its politics, at least with regard to how churches operate. A lot of their talking heads.
Thank you, Real Female, for the $5. Important to keep in mind that churches have the income and support to help people. They've been around longer than most all leftist groups. Makes sense. That's true, and they also collect dues, so there is like a source of income for them. But it doesn't need to be like big. I'm not even. It's not even specifically talking about like big. Like you don't need to organize a food bank. But for example, I don't know. Attacking poor people on the grounds that, especially poor and educated people, on the grounds that they believe in God is counterproductive to virtually everything. It only makes you odious. So, like, you're right, and I agree. I don't think Demon Mom is saying, though, that like, oh, well, where are you with your well-funded charity outreach? It's like, that's not the point here.
You know, live in a complete fantasy world, but the church that I grew up in, that cult, is still going strong. It's still got tons of members. It has an entire community under its control.
Where are we going?
And they bring their following into extremism. They recruit them via prisons and rehab programs, and they convince them that the way to make the world a better place is to believe that Donald Trump is the best president, to believe that gay people are evil, and they show them that their worldview is true. It's not actually true, but they show them a truth by offering them what they need, by giving them what they need, by seeking these people out and giving them food and giving them clothes.
Hang on, where am I supposed to go? Did I make... Oh.
And yet on the internet, people are fucking being brutal and cruel to avowed leftists who happen to hold religious beliefs. Like, I'm talking hardcore leftists. People who are in practice as left as you can be, but happen to hold a religious belief. and these smug atheists, fucking keyboard warriors, will be like, you don't belong in my movement, Christ-tard. It's terrible. And yeah, as Moss says, I feel like they try to be cruel, but they come off as insanely annoying. Well, yeah, most of the time they just come off as cringe and insanely annoying, but sometimes they really hurt people. Like, sometimes there's some severe pain going on, and not just the kind of, I hurt your feelings, Christ cuck. No, it's the type of thing where, like, a person who has religious beliefs is desperately trying to communicate what makes those beliefs valuable to them, and this, like, atheist is just like, no, you're an idiot, I will never build a coalition with you. And I've seen a lot of people, this was one of the things that prompted me wanting to talk about this, was a lot of people pushing the idea that, like, atheism is like a provable claim. No, it fucking isn't. If you're an atheist and you believe that you can prove a negative, you are literally just as irrational as a Christian. Your belief system of atheism is an acknowledgement that there is no meaningful evidence for God, and until that evidence shows up, that you should not believe in God. It's not the idea that you can prove God doesn't exist. Doesn't atheism require faith? I don't think that atheism in its base form requires faith, but the atheism that is practiced by a lot of people online does require faith. It requires faith that there will never be evidence of a God, which you can't know that. And that's a faith claim. But I don't think that in its basic form, atheism requires any sort of faith. It's simply an acknowledgement that you have not seen evidence and that you have a burden of proof necessary to prove the existence of God, which I think is a very rational and fair thing to do. People make ridiculous claims about God. I mean, the Christian fundamentalists believe God is like an all-powerful male entity that has a physical form that came to Earth, and they don't provide any meaningful evidence about that. Yeah. I think that it's really fucking weird when atheists start to behave like theists. I think it's very, very weird. Rapti with the $5 says, your shameless love of birds has helped me get fellow bird lovers to watch you. Empathy connects people. One of my friends loves chickens so much, and we've bonded even more over them. That's based. I love birds.
Wait,
and
nobody
I
told me
love
she was a
bird
filthy
fans.
chicken
I am
lover.
a bird lover. I'd be a bird if I could. You know, it'd be cool to be a bird.
Yeah, you would, wouldn't
I
you?
bet living as a bird would be sick. Rule the open skies free to you. Man,
Yeah, you would say that, cluck cuck.
it'd be cool. But to get back on the topic of atheism,
Ducks are the superior bird.
I don't believe in God. I'm an atheist. I think I've made that very clear. That said, I think that atheists in general, but especially the left as a whole, could do with a better understanding of religion, to do with especially a better understanding of religious practice. Can I give you guys a real quick example of a religious practice by a spiritual movement that I think is incredibly, incredibly based? Sikh temples.
Circumcision.
There's a religion called Sikhism or Sikhism. I always mispronounce it right.
Sikh.
But Sikh temples have a religious practice, which is that when they have sessions of
I
worship,
always mispronounce it right. That was funny.
when they have sessions of worship, they always serve a meal. Always. So every religious session has a meal. And the important part about this is that it is a part of their belief that this meal be made free to anyone. Regardless of whether you believe in God regardless of whether you belong to the church community. And you can actually go to any Sikh temple during a religious ceremony, and you can receive a plate of food, no questions asked. And that is a core part of their belief system. And that is Sikhism is a spiritual, supernatural religion, is a religion that has supernatural claims. But that practice, I think we can agree, is a pretty impressively good practice. And that practice doesn't have to be tied to the belief of Sikhism, does it? That could be done by anybody.
Look,
that could be
guys,
done by a local...
We've been going for 4 hours and 41 minutes. Anyone who's mad about this video, unless she starts ramping on about the Jews at the end of it, this was, as they say in the... oh my god. As they say in the vernacular, this was very based. I agree with the vast majority of what she was saying. People who are whinging about this need to get down to earth, because this is actually obvious, I think, to most reasonable people. It's not a big ask to treat other people with different experiences and different beliefs humanely, especially when they're already politically on side with you. And being toxic towards... being toxic towards people in your movement is just not good. There's no value in it. It breaks morale. Gives people incentive to switch sides even if they don't believe in the other side. You want to know why religious people with no philosophical arguments remain religious in the face of arguments against them? That's why. Because it's doing something for them that a philosophical argument will not do. Anyhow, thanks everybody for watching. I appreciate all of your support. Like and share the stream, although it will be unlisted. Should I unlist this one? I don't think that. Shoot. Kid not kin. Am I the only one who's bloody working today? What is this? Alright, good night everybody, ciao.